Good morning. Good morning. If we could all come to order. For those of you that are standing that haven't been here before, there are monitors with sound in the hallway where there's extra seats. So if you want to sit out there, you won't miss a darn thing, hopefully. Okay, first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Today it'll be led by Commissioner Walt Norsad.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, our first order of business will be, after the pledge, will be public comment. Public comment will be taken with 3 minutes per person. And if every person in this room wants 3 minutes, we'll be here until tomorrow. So I think that if somebody says exactly what you wanted to say, it's perfectly all right to say ditto or just sit there and nod. So I'm aware that there's some people that think that we gobble up GIDs, which is not the case. GIDs are closest to the people of any political body, and we have always encouraged our GIDs. So if you think that the reason we're here today is so that we can gobble you up in a hostile takeover, forget it. That isn't going to happen. But we will come to a decision on what to do and what the people in the grid out there want to do. So with that, I'm going to open public comment. Board of Commissioners can deliberate or take action only if a matter is listed on the agenda and properly posted prior to the meeting. During the public comment period, speakers may address matters listed or not listed on the published agenda as long as these matters are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. The open meeting law does not expressly prohibit responses to public comments by the commissioners. However, responses from commissioners to the unlisted public comment topics could become deliberation in a matter without notice to the public. On the advice of legal counsel and to ensure the public has notice on all matters, the Board of County Commissioners will consider. Commissioners may choose not to respond to public comments except to correct factual inaccuracies, ask clarifying questions, or to ask that a matter be listed on a future agenda. As I said, 3 minutes per person, and public comment is now open.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
May I recommend that we, for those folks that are here offering public comment on that item, which is item number 1, that they wait until after we've had those presentations to offer their public comment versus opening public comment and limiting public comment, opening public comment to those individuals who wish to speak on other agenda items.
Thank you. If the item is on the agenda, please wait till we come to that item before you respond. So with that, if you have anything for public comment that is not agendized, please feel free.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fitzgerald. I'm president of the Carson Valley Arts Council. I believe all of you or most of you are familiar with the project that's being identified for this region, a cultural corridor project. And This afternoon, we're having a community meeting in Virginia City to kind of complement what had taken place here in the Carson Valley and in Carson City a couple months ago. So because of that, I am not going to be here this afternoon for the strategic plan discussion. And so I did submit some comments in writing, which is in your packet. I'm sorry, Chairman, but I do need to just to speak to that item, which is number 2 on your agenda today, just to emphasize one of the comments that I did submit in writing. Your strategic plan is a 5-year plan, and some of the initiatives and key areas, you are identifying the need for a performing arts center, which I'm thrilled that that is identified in your strategic plan. I'm just going to ask that you be forward-thinking and think about this as a 5-year plan and beyond, because the initiative for the Performing Arts Center talks about assessing a need and completing a feasibility study. And I would tell you that the need has already been assessed. We do need a Performing Arts Center in Carson Valley, mid-sized, in-town theater, and a feasibility study is already underway. So I would ask that you modify the language to look at the next 5 years and perhaps be a little more aggressive about acquisition or a construction plan for a Performing Arts Center. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we will move on to agenda item number 1. And prior to that, we need an approval of the agenda. I need a motion.
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any public comment? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll move on to the administrative agenda. Number 1, for possible action, discuss and to provide direction to the county manager concerning a request by the residents of Topaz Ranch Estates, General Improvement District, for the Board of County Commissioners to take corrective action pursuant to NRS 318.515. Our county manager, Jennifer Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I do have a brief presentation for you, and then also I note several representatives of the district are present in the audience, and we will be giving them an opportunity to speak to you as well on this important matter. But I thought I'd start by setting the stage for this conversation. If I can, oh, there we go, arrow over. To give some context for how we got here. I'm sure a lot of members of the public are wondering why we're even having this conversation. So I thought we'd start there. So everyone is very aware that in the spring of this year, we had a major flooding event that caused millions in damage to the roads and drainage infrastructure in TRE-GID specifically, but also countywide. That prompted members of the Board of Trustees for the district to begin, as well as county staff, to begin to scramble to figure out how we could make some repairs to the damage that had been caused. TRE in particular, I think, was facing something in the order of $2 million, somewhere between $2 and $3 million worth of damage. I think countywide, the damage estimates were closer to 11 million at the time, but we are backing away from those numbers and have been able to make some steps in the county to get those things addressed. Representatives of the district expressed some concerns regarding finding some funding in order to come up with FEMA match. FEMA does offer reimbursement for damages caused during a natural disaster. And so the district was brainstorming how they might best come up with that funding and approached the county to start conversations about what that might look like. I specifically met with representatives of the district in July or August, I can't remember exactly when, this summer. and spoke to them about the budget challenges that they were facing in particular. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in some subsequent slides I have here. And we specifically discussed what their plan was to get funding to be able to pay for the damages and to seek reimbursement from FEMA. At that time, the district indicated that the representatives indicated it would be challenging for them to come up with that funding. We spoke about their budget in detail, and I asked them whether or not they thought their financial position was sustainable, if they thought they would be able to exist given the current circumstances. That discussion prompted those representatives to go back to their district and to discuss at an open meeting what path they should pursue coming forward. And in September of 2023, the Board of Trustees brought forward a formal request of the County Commission to assist by taking corrective action pursuant to NRS 318.515. In October 23, as this board is very aware, the Board of County Commissioners, based on the information that you received at that meeting, respectfully declined to take corrective action and to refer the matter back to the district to allow them more time to address the concerns and for them to come up with a plan. This commission did indicate that you would be open to a future request by either members of the public of the district or by the board if assistance were required. That prompted members of the public to initiate a petition, which we received in November of 2023, that was signed by 380 individuals. 325 of those signatures were accepted and validated by the clerk treasurer, asking the county to again take corrective action in accordance with NRS. That prompted this public hearing. We are here today because we are required by law to have a public hearing here today to discuss this matter and to determine what action the board may take in response to the request from the petition. All right, a little bit of background on the district. Obviously, I'm not an expert on the district. I'm just giving, again, for context of the public and the commission. The district was created by ordinance. It currently consists of 873 parcels, 750 water meters, and 27 miles of road service that are included in the district service area. The service plan for the district, basically why the district was created. NRS requires any special district that is created to explain to its residents how tax dollars will be used and what services will be provided as a justification for the creation of the district. And so this district in particular was created for grading, regrading, surfacing, resurfacing, and maintenance of streets and powers incidental to these activities, acquiring, improving, or operating storm drainage or flood control improvements, including but not limited to the laying of pipes and the erection of catch basins, drains, and necessary inlets and outlets, and acquiring, constructing, reconstructing, improving, extending, or bettering a work system or facilities for the supply, storage, and distribution of water for private and public purposes. This is an overview of the budget for the district, specifically the revenues that the district receives. This information was obtained by Terry Willoughby. She worked very closely with Ms. Connors, a representative of the district, to ensure that this information is accurate. I will just give you a brief overview of this information. Ms. Willoughby's complete report and her recommendations can be found in the supplemental packet materials, beginning on page 9 of the supplemental materials. I will just apologize to the board and to the public for the delay in including the backup information in this agenda item. The reason for the delay is Ms. Willoughby wanted to meet with representatives of the district to ensure this information was as accurate as possible for this meeting, and that meeting was not able to occur until late last week. We do appreciate the participation of the district and their assistance in assembling this information for Ms. Willoughby to prepare her analysis. So back to the revenues. Annually, consolidated tax for the district in 2022 actual was $83,000. $90,000 actual for '23, and they're projected to receive $94,000 in this next fiscal year. Ad valorem taxes for the district are $203,000 actual for fiscal year '22, $218 for fiscal year '23, and projected $233. You can see those percent increases. Ms. Willoughby was asked to project those revenue totals looking forward 5 years to see what kind of financial position the district would be in. In addition, the district operates a proprietary revenue fund that is their water system, and you can see approximately $600,000 of revenue is collected annually for that water fund. On the expense side of the house, the proprietary fund, the expenses are sometimes exceeding the amount of the annual revenue, and the reason for that is because of planned capital improvement investments in the district in one-time expenses. That is normal and customary for water fund to occasionally exceed the operating revenues that they pull in. Usually that is planned, and in this case for the district it is. Expenditures related to their general fund have in recent years expended or exceeded the amount of the total revenue that they're pulling in, but the district does have a plan to ensure that those numbers will balance in moving forward in the future. In addition, the district has cash and investments totaling approximately $1 million and significant interest earnings from those investments, which they plan to utilize to achieve financial sustainability moving forward. And I'll let the district speak in more detail to these. I'm just intending to give the commission a general overview today. All right, Ms. Willoughby's findings in her report, the district has experienced a number of challenges in recent history. Cost for ongoing maintenance of the roads and drainage infrastructure is increasing. As I mentioned before, they have 27 miles of road to maintain with limited funding to maintain those roads. There was significant damage from the spring 2023 flooding events, and the district is exploring ways currently to pay for those expenses. The district also has limited ad valorem and consolidated tax revenue. I mentioned on the previous slide approximately $330,000 annually. That amount is increasing by approximately 6 to 8% in each of those categories, so they will be making up ground a little bit there. Also, the district has experienced recently some turnover in some key personnel positions, which has impacted their operations. Looking forward, some strengths that Ms. Willoughby identified in her report, trustee members are committed to finding a path forward towards financial sustainability. There is a healthy available cash balance and significant investment earnings for the district, and they have recently hired key positions which will allow trustee members who have been serving in those capacities to return to policy and administrative oversight in the future and really start doing that future looking forward planning ahead. In addition, FEMA funding is available to reimburse expenses related to the flooding events. As I mentioned before, they first have to identify the money up front so that they could then seek reimbursement for those costs. This is a quote taken directly from Ms. Willoughby's report. She says, "Although there have been concerns in the recent past about the ability of the district to adequately perform the functions outlined in this service plan, it appears that the board has taken great strides towards putting plans in place to ensure that the service plan is complied with and that the district assets are being appropriately maintained. Part of the board's plan includes continuing to seek future grant funding for needed improvements to lessen the burden to both residents and the ratepayers of the water system. The district also expects to receive significant funding from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, for remediation needed to district assets after the damage sustained during the 2023 storm events." So, in accordance with NRS 318-515, the board has some options today that you may consider. There are 4 options in total. One is you could adopt an ordinance appointing the Board of County Commissioners as the district's ex officio Board of Trustees. If the commission chooses this option, The district would still exist as a separate legal entity as a separate taxing district. You would replace the Board of Trustees as the elected representatives for this board and would serve in this capacity until you deemed it was no longer necessary to serve in this capacity. The next option you could consider is to adopt an ordinance merging, consolidating, or dissolving the district. The second option comes with a big asterisk that I'm going to talk to you about on the next slide. So we'll come back to option number 2. Option number 3 is to file a petition with the Ninth Judicial Court requesting the appointment of a receiver. Option number 4 is to adopt a resolution confirming the board will not take, meaning our board will not take any action in the district's management and the organization will remain unchanged. We are required to do that by a resolution if we do option number 4. I mentioned an important asterisk for option number 2. If a majority of the members of the Board of County Commissioners of a county deems it to be in the best interest of the county of a district with annual revenues of more than $1 million, as of October 1st, 2005, exercising powers pursuant to NRS that the district be merged, consolidated, or dissolved, the Board of County Commissioners shall submit the question of merger, consolidation, or dissolution to the Board of Trustees of that district. If the Board of Trustees of the district by resolution does not agree to the merger, consolidation, or dissolution within 90 days after the question was submitted to it, the district may not be merged, consolidated, or dissolved. I bring this to your attention because this district does meet this threshold of $1 million. And so if the board desired to pursue option 2, the district would have to agree to you pursuing that option. We have, as of last week, received a letter from legal counsel for the district, and they have indicated that if we pursue option 2, they will not agree to it. So just something for your information to consider. Ms. Willoughby's recommendation, in accordance with NRS 318-515, she's recommending option number 4, adopt a resolution confirming the board will not take any action and the district's management and organization will remain unchanged. She says, and I quote from the report, "In conclusion, I feel that any action that may be contemplated by the Board of County Commissioners appears to be unwarranted and imprudent at this time. Due to the progress the TRE Board has made in recent months on many aspects of the district's operations, financial and operational, my recommendation would be to table any further action at this time on this matter." With that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my presentation. I have one other piece of factual information for the members of the public. The County Manager's Office received a number of complaints from representatives of the public concerned about the number of notices that they received in the mail. We are required by law to contact every individual in the district who owns property or is registered to vote in the district. That means many individuals in the district received multiple notices from us of this public hearing today. It was important for them to hear about this meeting so that they could participate in this important conversation that would impact their future. That is the reason why the statute is written the way that it is and the reason for the multiple mailers. That means some households received, if multiple individuals are registered to vote in that household and multiple individuals are listed as a property owner for that household, some households received as many as 8 different letters from us. We were required by law to do this. I promise you, it pained me as much as it pained the public to see government funds utilized in this fashion, but I do have to tell you that we were required to provide these notices in this way in order to meet the statutory requirements. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back to the Commission for any questions or comments you may have. And then if you agree it's appropriate, sir, after we're done with questions and comments for me, I would turn it over to representatives of the district to speak to you regarding their opinion on this matter.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I see lights already, so we'll start at the far end.
Well, at least one. I don't see any others, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make some comments here before we go to the presentation by the GID board. Last November, a member of the public asked, when I was sitting over there as the chair, asked if I would be recusing myself from this discussion because I too am a resident of Topaz Ranch Estates. And so I consulted with our Chief Deputy DA, Doug Ritchie, to that extent to determine whether or not any comments by me or actions by me or participation by me would be, I should recuse myself or go forward. And it was indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ritchie, but it was indicated that since I would not benefit whatsoever beyond what every other resident in Topaz Ranch Estates benefits from, whether this action takes place or not, that I would not have to recuse myself. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie? I just want to reconfirm that.
Chairman Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Under Nevada's ethics rules, you're only required to abstain. In fact, you should not abstain unless that you have some particular beneficial interest, whether it's financial interest or if you were somehow related. This is a matter of general policy, and so, as you stated, it will impact you just like it will any other resident of TRE.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. I think it's important for and almost everybody here is from Topaz Ranch Estates, as I am a resident, have been for some time. But I think it's important that we recognize the genesis of this whole process. This whole process began last June by one of the wives of one of the GID trustees coming and asking this board for assistance, financial assistance. And so we tried to react as a county and certainly as the commissioner in District 3 and living in Topaz Ranch Estates, I wanted to try to facilitate that. That was my first focus. It's been disappointing, I have to admit this, okay? It's been disappointed that our county manager, Jennifer Davidson, and myself have been falsely accused of orchestrating a hostile takeover of the GID for unknown nefarious reasons. If that action ever took place, certainly what we would have to do is direct resources that are generated in other parts of the county into Topaz Ranch Estates. So that's concerning, and there was obviously no hostile takeovers. My only focus as a commissioner, because I drive the same roads that you folks do on a daily basis, and I'm up here almost daily attending to other activities that I have responsibilities for as commissioner. My focus since a year ago, right? March is when this all occurred. January, February, March, April. My only focus has been through the devastation that occurred a year ago has been to ensure that TRE GID, as requested by members of the public and fellow residents in TRE, could take advantage of the matching 75 cents on the dollar of FEMA assistance. That's been my focus and my only focus of making sure that we had the ability down there to take advantage of that. I wasn't concerned about the other areas of the county because, quite frankly, those are county areas, and the damage that we incurred elsewhere in the county, we certainly had the financial resources to take care of that and get FEMA assistance ourselves. As recent as the 1st of August, I facilitated a meeting with our new county manager, Ms. Davidson, and a couple of members of the TRE GID Board of Trustees. And to my knowledge, and with a subsequent meeting that I had with them, they indicated that they had no plan nor financial resources to accomplish the task of getting the FEMA funds, okay? And that was a paramount concern of mine because without that assistance, and it was estimated at that time, although the numbers have been floating back and forth for the last year, somewhere between, at one time I heard initially $4 million that was assessed by the trustees down there and by our staff going down and doing some studies, and then also FEMA coming in. So it fluctuated between $4 million. A couple months later, it was up to $7 million. Now I understand it's lower. But the fact of the FEMA assistance only comes at a reimbursement process. So you have to have the financial resources to fund everything in advance, and then understanding that you're only going to get 75 cents on the dollar back. And trust me, anytime I can do that, I would be glad to do that. Okay, so that's a great advantage, and something we cannot, as a community down there, fail to allow to and make sure that we guarantee that occurs. Okay. If it was $4 million, though, we would have had to come up with the $4 million up front, understanding we're going to get $3 million back, and so there'd still be a $1 million nut that somehow the TRE residents would have to cover. And so that was concerning. No plan in August, no plan in November, no plan in October. However, since that time, good news. Good news. Since that time, it now appears that there is a plan, and also the financial resources to go forward. And I got to tell you, it's really good. I really am encouraged by this. I have to tip my hat to Chairman Becker, who's here today. She has, I believe, one, two. Is there more? I think there's 4 trustees here. 3 trustees. So I appreciate your attendance today, and I appreciate what you've been able to accomplish in such. Oh, there's another one. Okay, so Miss Lisa Sandwell is here also. Okay, the ability of recovery has been remarkable, and the efforts of the Board of Trustees down there have been absolutely remarkable, and I'm encouraged that not only have they been able to recover this thing. In my mind, the 3 trustees are also have filed for re-election. Okay, and that's important because that provides a long-term plan for accomplishing the things that need to be accomplished. I tell you, this action it's concerning because we have some 20 plus GIDs in the county, and for us to entertain even the thought process of becoming either the ex officio or dissolving the GID would set a dangerous precedent. And similar GIDs, if they got themselves in that same process, they would be looking for the county to possibly bail them out, and that's not our desires. As Chairman has stated earlier, and I know that I share his thoughts, I share with the other trustees or the other commissioners here, is that the government closest to the people is the best kind of government there is, and I believe in that, and I've always professed that. So, anyways, it's very, very encouraging. I just want to also stress the fact that, and I've talked to Chairman Becker about this over the last week or so, there is a very large misperception of what the county's responsibilities are and what the GID's responsibilities are. The GID is responsible for their water and their roads, and it's not the county's responsibility, okay? So and I've asked Ms. Becker to please do this because I get weekly phone calls and emails from residents in Topaz Ranch Estates asking me, what are you going to do about fixing the roads in TRE? And the answer, unfortunately, is I can't do anything. That's not the county's responsibility. This needs to be very, very well communicated. Please, Ms. Becker and your board, please let your residents know that it's your responsibility. And so unless I hear through public comment today that undisputable evidence to the contrary of the information that we've received today, unless I receive that during public comment, and I respect the purposes of public comment, is to get you to change my mind, okay, and our minds. But my mind right now is when we come back from public comment to personally make a motion that this board do nothing in regards to taking over or dissolving or becoming the ex-official board of trustees of the Topaz Ranch Estates GID. That's my position. Unless you folks can convince me that the financial information we've received up here is not accurate and you do not have the ability to finance it yourselves and govern it yourselves. That's where I am. So anyways, thank you for your indulgence, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak in that regard.
Yes, sir. Okay, I was going to go from one end to the other, but Commissioner Hales has already turned her.
You can go ahead.
You sure?
Yeah.
Ladies first. Ooh,
No.
sorry. Commissioner Tarkanian.
I think Chairman Gardner spoke well enough for us.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosad. Commissioner Hales.
Thanks. I agree. Thank you for those thoughts and insights and additional pieces. All I wanted to add was, I think this has been a process that has resulted in good things. So I appreciate the petition that was done. I appreciate the questions being asked and the discussion and actions that have ensued because of those questions and that petition. So although it clearly causes consternation, and that's not something that anyone wants to go through, I do think that this process has resulted in good things.
Thank you. I'll throw my 2 cents in here. I started my Douglas County political life as a GID in Round Hill. And I know what a GID can do and what a GID can't do. And one of the things that we can't do is make everybody happy. So I would imagine that when we're done today, no matter what our decision is, we're going to have people walking out thinking that we didn't do our job. But please be assured that we have taken this matter very seriously. And we have looked at all of the aspects, haven't made any decisions until today. But I think that I have a inkling which direction the board is going to go. But before we do that, I would like to hear from the members of the GID. So the microphone is yours, Chairman, Chair Lady, Chair, whatever was proper these days.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice, Sharon Becker. For the record, I am a Topaz Ranch resident, and I am currently serving as the chairperson on the Topaz Ranch Estates Board of Trustees. This item being heard has been an arduous endeavor for all the involved parties. I am sure the Board of Commissioners has done their due diligence in reviewing the details put forth in their board packets to facilitate a decision in a factual matter. The packet and the supplemental materials contain a clear and concise analysis completed by both Ms. Willoughby and Ms. Connors, our district business manager. The experience has been a difficult period for TRE GID and the TRE community. It has been through the hard work of this board of trustees and the GID staff that has allowed the confident and positive progress towards the goals set for the current year and the years ahead. Ms. Willoughby clearly acknowledged TRE's GID's positive strides, both financially and operationally, through the statistical and financial reports provided by Ms. Connor. The GID board can now step away from the daily district operations and resume the segregated duties of being policymakers and having administrative oversight. I agree with Ms. Willoughby's findings that any action by the BOCC would be, and I quote, unwarranted and imprudent at this time. As the GID trustee and the chairperson, I urge the county commissioners to take no further action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the board that would like to speak to us?
Mike Tanner, Topaz Ranch GID Operations Manager. I'm with Sharon. I would also request that you find folks take no action. I got to admit, I came here with my armor on, and I'm very, very happy to state that I'll be trading it for a shovel. I've shoveled some of these ditches myself. I've taken my own equipment down and worked on this stuff. And I invite you public to tell us, because there's decisions to be made of how this money goes, and it affects the timeline. So I strongly urge you to come to the meetings, get a hold of me. My numbers are out there, or I can give them to you personally. But, let's roll our sleeves up and get going. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other member of the board would like to speak? Seeing none? Seeing one? Go ahead. Your name, please?
Lisa Sambo, trustee, treasurer. In the beginning, I wanted it almost to go to you guys because of the mess we dealt with the community and the board members against each other. But we have found a way to work together. And as a treasurer, I'm thrown numbers at me every day from our manager. And we have just exceeded so well. It's a huge turnaround, and I'm happy that we did this so we could stay strong and be independent and do our job. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other members of the board from TRE that wish to speak, I think it's time for public comment. And so, as I said earlier, if the person in front of you says something that you concur with and you have nothing else to add, ditto was a perfectly acceptable word, and otherwise we're going to be here until tomorrow. But please, if you have something that you need to add, please step forward and do so. We need you to state your name, and your time will start as soon as you state your name.
Good morning. My name's Connie Richardson. I've been an owner for 17 years, and I absolutely love the community of TRE. And it's so sad to see it in such a disarray. And I'm not talking just about the roads, the water company. So although I met some very nice people and do work there, they have recently employed a business manager by the name of Deborah, who is extremely incompetent. This last July, on a Saturday, about 4:30 in the afternoon, I had a major water leak in my kitchen. My house shut off, cracked when I tried to shut off the water. So I called the water company. On their voicemail, the water emergencies call these numbers. I called the first one, no answer, and the mailbox was full. I called the second, no answer, but I was able to leave a voicemail. I had no idea at the time that neither one of these employees worked for TRE anymore. They were already gone. I spent the next 2 hours on my hands and knees soaking up water thinking they're gonna be there any minute. When I realized after a couple of hours, I started to call plumbing companies. They shut off the water at 7:40, so for over 3 hours, my kitchen was flooding. I spent the next month trying to get the water company to respond to me with phone calls, certified letters. They would not respond about the water damage, but they doubled down and sent me a shut-off notice because I didn't pay. I finally had to resort to calling Mark Gardner, and I appreciate him, who was kind enough to give me the ladies' names and address to have them served with a lawsuit. It was difficult to get the correct name, and it was difficult to get the address because on the water bill, that's not the correct address to have a lawsuit served. Although the ladies were nice, they were surprised that I was able to serve them and wanted to know who I got the information from. Without all of the details, the TRE attorney, who I never was able to get a name for, wanted to settle immediately. I had to offer them a great deal if they settled quickly or that I would have the flood replaced, that it ruined the tile in the kitchen and dining area. The floor was warped and the tiles were cracking. I was told to vacate the lawsuit, which I did. I have never been completely reimbursed as they agreed to, and after receiving a phone call from this new manager who does not put her name on the letters that she sends out, showed me that she is incompetent of any bookkeeping skills or customer relations. When Deborah could not answer simple questions, she resorted to accuse me of hacking into their computer system and manipulating my water bill. She was yelling on the phone, telling me
I'm
that
sorry
she
you've
spent too much
exceeded-
on my account. So I told her I'm going to refile and ask for all of the damages.
Thank you.
Hi, for the record, Paul Howell. I've been a resident of TRE since 1991. And I understand, good morning, Mr. Chairman and the board, sorry. I understand the item before you is not taken lightly. I understand what it means for one government entity to dissolve another. And to be quite frank, I'm on the fence of what should occur myself. But there's some concerns I have that I haven't seen addressed. I commend our current board of trustees. They seem very committed and have done, as you've noted, a lot of work to try to rectify the situation. But my concern is they're limited by their revenue. Sharon did provide me a copy of their final budget from the previous year and the proposed budgets for fiscal year 24-25. And a couple concerns jump out at me that have not been resolved by the board or addressed in the Willoughby report. When you look at their general fund, the roads fund, that budget, the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget, shows a negative cash flow of approximately $652,000 in expenditures versus revenue. And the proposed water proprietary fund shows approximately $100,000 loss in expenditures versus revenue. In discussions with the GID board and in the Willoughby report, they point to the USDA and FEMA grant funding, which does create those large balances you see. And Chairwoman Sharon said that they are considering transferring funds from the proprietary water fund, which is much more healthy, to the road fund. But I've got two concerns. One, I believe it's unlikely the USDA is going to permit transfer loans from a proprietary fund to a general fund for operating expenses. And the FEMA funds are for limited repair, And Mr. Gardner living there, I'm glad you didn't recuse yourself. You know what I'm talking about. Before the storm event of 22-23, those roads were in terrible shape. They were not being maintained. We have two prior GID trustees that resigned, Mr. Okola and Mr. Taylor, and in part, they cited the lack of the board's financial ability to maintain the district. I know when we got grant funding when I was with the county, I had to appear before this body and show at when those grants, like for the COPS grants or school resource officers, when those grants expired, how does the general fund absorb those operating costs? And I don't see that here. So I'm not asking you to change your mind. What I'm asking is that when it comes back to this board for discussion, we need to take it from the 30,000-foot view to the weeds, and you guys have a discussion about these insolvency issues with their budget before you make a decision. These are things that have not been addressed or resolved yet. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment?
Good morning. Ellie Waller. I live in North County. The winter of 22 and 23 affected the entire basin here, the entire valley, even the Tahoe Basin. It's my opinion, and just so everybody knows, I come to a lot of these meetings. Even though it's repetitive, more public outreach is better than less. It was mentioned that there are 873 parcels, 750 water meters. I'm about the data. How many parcels have a structure that may pay into this? How many are vacant that may pay into this? And how many will be affected by the park transfer of development rights? If you choose number one, my opinion, could you serve on all of these as representatives of all of these boards in the future? This is somewhat precedent setting. Again, my opinion. I support number 4 unchanged. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Fred Farley, for the record, I disagree with pretty much everything you guys have said here today, but I understand why you need to do what you need to do. The groundwork hasn't been laid. I would just caution you very closely, as the gentleman indicated before, this needs to be revisited at a later date. What we haven't been able to discuss, because there's just not time enough for it, are the Brobdingnagian irregularities that have taken place during the 2023 board year. During that period of time, everybody who worked for the GID quit. Now, either that's great news or that's horrible news. No one's really figured out what that means. And during that time, 3 of the 5 board members quit. They're on the record with what their reasons have been, and they're not good. I was at this dais in October when we had the question come up, and other board members and their supporters came to this microphone and said these words: the GID board is just a big dysfunctional family. And I got up and said to you folks, would any one of you think of going to a meeting outside of this room and telling that with a smile on your face to other government people, that you're proud of how dysfunctional you are? They're still that dysfunctional. Now, 2 people have gone on the board because 3 people quit, and they've worked their fannies off, and I've told them to their faces, Sharon, you're one of them, you're doing a great job. What's going to happen in a month or 2 when you don't run, or you get beat, or whatever? All of the good work you get is going to be undone by Wednesday. I know the person who rewrote the bylaws. Berkeley grad rewrote the bylaws for this outfit 5 years ago. Nobody can find 1 comma of those bylaws anywhere in the office now because they're gone. Because somebody said, I don't want to do it that way, so they rewrote them. That's what happens. People who worked on other GIDs know it can get really, really good, and it can get really, really bad, and it's not good in TRE. If you have $1 million threshold, I understand that your hands are somewhat tied by the NRS as far as options go. I would encourage you to monitor that threshold really closely, because when it hits 900,000, it's on the way down, and you better get another look at this somehow. Otherwise, you're going to be taking over an outfit that currently has a functioning water department and money in the bank. And when you get to look at it again next time, the water's going to be broke and the money's going to be gone. And then the decisions are going to get really tough. This is not going to go away. You guys need to have another look at it at a later date, from whatever way you can figure out to do it. But transferring the money from the water fund to the road fund because we broke the roads and can't fix them, that's the worst idea I've ever heard. Thank you.
Mr. Cola.
Commissioners, David Cola for the record. I was a trustee until a month ago. There's a number of reasons I've changed. Somebody asked me that, a couple weeks ago, and I said, why did I quit? Because I was the only one that knew what they were doing. I told her, I can do more on one side of the table than I can the other. I was largely responsible for the petition that gathered signatures. Of the signatures that we turned in, over 25% of the registered voters or residents in TRE signed that. Those were people, 25% of the people do not want the existing GID to exist the way it is right now. People are talking about, well, we have a lot of water. We have a lot of money in the bank. That's all in the water funds. You can't, by law, we cannot move water money from the water funds to the road funds, per law. And they're saying, well, we can loan the money. Well, did you ever hear the story? If you're in a ditch and you can't get out, you stop digging. That's what's happening here. Everybody keeps digging. You can't get it, it won't get any better. They say, well, we have money coming from FEMA. They have several projects that were done. Well, when the audit comes in on those projects, they will be turned down because it was done illegally. It was done improperly. The projects that were done were never bid correctly. They never had public bids, never had closed bids, never had a public opening of any of the bids. That was done by one particular trustee. Okay? There's probably, I'm guessing, $75,000 to $100,000 of money they're expecting to get back in the GID. I don't think they will get back. What's going to happen? They're going to say, well, we have money coming. Well, it's not coming. I can show you, I have turned in a FOIA request to get copies of the documents, and that has not been coming forth. Okay, if I don't get those, I will take legal action against the trustees, all of them, because by law, they are required to give me copies of those documents. They have not done it yet. That's been 3 weeks. I talked to the chairman a week and a half ago. She said, well, Mike Tanner has that. He's taking care of it. Well, Mike Tanner isn't providing the documentation we need. If the board decides not to do anything, you're going to be kicking the can down the road. It's going to come back. There is no money for all these expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would ask the crowd to please refrain from hooting, hollering, or applauding. If you have something to say, then I'm sure we have the time to hear you say it. And after the next speaker, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
In my experience at TRE, I've kind of discovered that it depends where you live in TRE. I live at the bottom. I watched this fiasco, and I'm not blaming anyone, but it is what it is, friends. We ask you to rescue us. We need help. That's what government and counties are for, in my estimation. Across the street from my home, I've watched it be dug up 13 times without being fixed. 13 times without being fixed. I've gone across the street, I visited with the men that were in charge. They said, we have no money, we can't fix it. Friends, put yourself in our shoes. This is where we live, this is our home. It's where some of us will finish our lives. God help you and God help us. But I plead for your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we will now take a 10-minute break, and we'll return at 10 after. Okay, it's 10 after. If we can get the board back. So far, so good.
Good.
And sorry I had to run
Oh, no,
out.
no, no, no. I should have chosen a better time. I'll finish
It's all right.
later. Well, we thinned the crowd out. That's good.
Okay, if we could bring the meeting back to order, please. If we could come back to order. The county manager would like a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, and members of the audience. As we move forward with public comment, it would be extremely helpful just for timeliness. If anyone interested in public comment could please approach Ms. Johnson. She has the clipboard and sign in. Otherwise, we have to wait for everyone to take their time to sign their names. And those individuals who are lined up against the wall, if you don't mind, if you're not interested in making public comment, if we can have those individuals who are lining up to make public comment line up against the wall, that would be helpful. So we can anticipate how much longer we have in public comment. It just helps us to conduct a more orderly meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will continue with public comment. Please, again, state your name, and that's when your time will start.
Good morning. I'm George Abbott, 1410 Walker View Road, for the past 19 years. This is over the water system. So my last bill, numerous bills, roughly 33,000 gallons in a billing cycle for a 4-person family with 1 dog. My daughter is out there on hematite, an 8-person family with livestock. Their bill is says 8,000 gallons in a billing cycle. I am told by the lady in the office that, oh, we don't send anybody out there anymore. We just do an average. Well, that average is definitely wrong. I've had my property checked for leaks. We did find one leak. It was rectified a number of months ago, but you know what? My bill keeps going up. So I think that the billing cycle or the billing process really needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman, Commissioners, Jennifer, thank you so much, and Terry Willoughby for checking into this and taking the time to dig down and really get the information out so we can be transparent, because I think sometimes at our board meetings, it doesn't all get out there. You know, it doesn't, sometimes we can't even explain it all the way correctly. So I appreciate that you guys were able to dig into this and get some of the truth out there, and I'm sure there's more that will come, but TRE is moving forward. Like Terry said, we're working hard, all of us. We go to the meetings, we try to support our board members, and I just agree with you that we should be able to continue this good work, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
I've lived in TRE only 3 years. I came from Arizona in a very rural community there. I think what I've witnessed when I used to go to the meetings, our local meetings, I just saw a lot of disarray. Now, I understand there's a new board and things looks like they're improving. But one thing I have not heard is, and I've seen the FEMA charts about the roads, the emergency funds, I don't think anyone has addressed the drainage issues, because without fixing the drainage, the roads are just going to get washed away in the next couple storms anyway. So I don't know if anyone's done a survey, Has anyone looked at the cost of fixing all the major drainage issues? Obviously, that everyone can agree the drainage is probably the biggest problem. And then I think that's about it. But someone really needs to look at that, and it's not $2 million. It's probably $10 million to fix the drainage. And I talked to my buddy who built roads for 30 years, and he agreed. He said, doing any kind of repair on here is just a waste of money. It's just, a Band-Aid. We really need to fix the critical infrastructure first. Do all the civil work, then worry about the roads. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Next.
I am a resident of TRE for about 20 years. I agree with the gentleman before me, so the infrastructure needs to be improved in the Topaz Ranch Estates. Drainage is bad. There are very few catch basins. There's an area right in the middle of granite that has been dug up, not put back. The $1 million that we might be over budget to repair the roads at 750 water meters is going to be about $1,200 per person if we need to come up with that. So maybe we could look into getting a loan from the county or doing something to offset that $1 million that FEMA might or might not reimburse them. And that gal that spoke earlier, maybe we can have an option number 5. I want to keep the GID as an independent, closer to our community way where we can communicate with our community members and keep it all close, but possibly a county paid inspector that has qualifications for road drainages, that has some civil engineering background that could come out there and say, this entire road needs to be redone. I live on the west side on Breccia, so we're lucky. Our road's not too bad, but there are a lot of really, really bad roads out in TRE. I feel bad for the older residents, low-income residents, anybody that's, they're fighting to just get by, and it's just tearing up their car, their tires, everything else, just going home. Let's see. The road guys, I drive around quite a bit in the TRE. I don't see them working on the road. I do see a lot of residents trying to fix potholes and stuff in front of their houses. That's not their job. And, if they're trying to do that, perhaps TRE could have a cold patch stockpile down by the water company building where residents that are trying to fix their own potholes, maybe get materials. There's got to be a better way. There has to be a way that we can, as a community, kind of come together and help each other. But hopefully there's a way that the TRE can say, well, this is what we can do for you residents. We can, here's an area you can get sand and road base, cold patch, whatever, just to get by. And
all right, sir. Thank you for your input. And you might float those ideas by your board.
For the record, Jeannie Shizuru, one of the linchpins that's come up in this discussion is whether, I think Dave Acola brought this up, whether they would be able to borrow against the reserves in the water fund, a proprietary fund, in order to front some of the money that FEMA would reimburse them from. And some of the board members and the business manager of that GID has gotten reassurance from the appropriate governmental agency that they would be allowed to do that. So I thought that was a pretty important comment that was made during this public comment. And the other thing is that the bid to FEMA has already gone out, and it does include drainage work. So just being a member in the audience and listening to some of the critical issues that I thought I would want to really dig into if I lived in TRE. Those were two things that I wanted to find out about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? And I would like to remind everyone when the yellow light comes on that you have 30 seconds left, and please finish your comments. And state your name for the record.
Olshoff. I live at 3904 Topaz Ranch Drive. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a hydrologist. I'm just a person that walks the streets in my community. And I'm pretty appalled to see every day that if I took a wrong step, I'd be right on my face in that road. And there are so many inconsistencies with the drainage stuff that as I've been in this district 17 years, I've never seen anybody work in those ditches. I've hardly seen people work on the road. And I have to agree with Fred and the other people that have come up here. Something needs to be done. And if you guys can't do it, who? That's my question. And if you don't want to do it, who? And if you want to leave it the same, if the same is not going to move us forward, then why keep it the same? That's my comment.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Cindy Mollahan. I've lived in TRE for 32 years. My husband and I have taken care of our part of the road, but it's rare when anyone else works on it, either doing the weed abatement or any of that stuff to keep the ditches flowing well. We've been flooded out twice in that 2 years. 97 was a big one, and of course, this last spring was a good one too. It's not just the ditches. We started off with dirt roads. They were fine, grade them every now and then. Went to the chip seal stuff. Then, of course, you've got the potholes on that, and now they're trying to go back to dirt, so who knows which way it's going to end up. The water systems has changed a lot since then, between boiling water every month to, having wells and all that stuff. Let's hope we don't have too many more houses there to make the water table go down during the drought years. Bye.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the commissioners, chairman, county manager, deputy DA for being here. This is a problem that, well, let's start off. I moved up to TRE 90 when they had washboards. The washboards are a heck of a lot better than what we got right now. And I think everybody can agree. Now we have a problem that this thing has been ongoing. In October of 2022, my vehicle sustained almost 10 grand of damage in a pothole. The final straw that broke the camel's back was in the storms of 2023. TRE doesn't have the money up there. I doubt if they're ever going to see the money to repair these roads. They need help. We need help. If I had a business and I was charging people for a service that I was not giving them, I'd be in the county hoot. This county is doing the same thing. We pay our taxes to the county. Whatever the county does, they distribute it to the GIDs, but that's not doing it. So to my personal feelings, it should come back onto the county so that we don't have to keep dealing with this. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment?
Yeah, sure.
Jason Gibson. We're discussing District 3. This is Mark Gardner's neck of the wood. If I was Mark Gardner or any one of these commissioners, and I will be because I'm running for District 1 in the Ranchos, Jason Gibson, I'd have at least 1 or 2 part-time people out here with a pen and paper finding out who you folks are, getting your email, talking to you about what you know, directing you to, say, a Facebook group or some kind of online forum where we can dialogue about the priorities of this county. Real simple stuff, folks. Common sense kind of stuff. It's all based upon an organizational principle. This is a bottleneck here. You can't get anything done with these folks, period. You got to file your notices and affidavits, correct your political status, and start self-governing because they're overwhelmed with it. They can't manage what they've got. They won't decentralize their organizational principle. There should be somebody out here during these meetings, especially in a full house like this, getting to know who you people are and taking you out to lunch or something to catalyze your interest, to keep it going, and to spur you into solution-based thinking. Because you're the ones with the answers. They don't have them. That's why you're here right now. And they had $9 million earmarked for the American Rescue Plan Act to help you with your roads, to help you with your infrastructure, to help you with your water. Did you see any of it? Did you get a break on your taxes? $9 million American Rescue Plan Act. And they're making you get up here and grovel for support. There was another homeowners association, maybe 10 or 20 homeowners coming to the board saying, hey, we need 10 grand. We're getting flooded out. Can we get a little piece of that American Rescue Plan Act? No, 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 no. That money's been earmarked for technology and new buildings and law enforcement, keeping you safe. It doesn't surprise me that you're Mark Gardner's district. Mark Gardner's focused on everything else but his own quality of life and the people that he resides with. Look at you. There's 27 other GIDs and you're only one of them. I'd be willing to bet that they're having the same kind of problems you are too. Let's do a public opinion poll, shall we, Ms. Davidson? Let's find out what these people are thinking and get on the phone with them and start tabulating their answers and their questions and their concerns, like 21st century municipal governance does. It's called customer service. Super stupid simple. Richest county in the state of Nevada can't even take care of their own people.
Okay, any further public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Mr. Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a number of members of the public get up and ask, once again, why can't we devote county money? And I need to remind the public that we are not a money lender. The county is not a money lender. And you're asking us to do things that are not within the jurisdiction of this board and of the county. That's how this whole thing got started last June, was a member of the public came and asked us to devote money. And that's not within our jurisdiction. And that's the bold truth. I don't like saying that, but I'm not going to lie to you, okay? So that's the unfortunate part about it. I hope that the issues that have been expressed by both sides of the issues here by the public, which have been very enlightening, but I hope that the trustees that are here today have been taking notes and have been taking names, and because those are your constituents, those are your residents, and some of them, I wouldn't say that some of them, they do have legitimate concerns. The proof is going to be in the pudding, right? If we're going to be right back here again in a year if these roads don't improve. So I haven't heard anything in the public comment that has indicated that has disputed your ability financially to repair the roads and take care of the other infrastructural needs that you have. And that's what I was basing my feelings on, is whether or not the public was going to be able to come forward with undisputable evidence that what you say the board can do, that you can't do, okay? I would really like to get this, and I'm sure that you do too. I'm sure the public wants you to do this, is get this behind you and move forward and do your jobs. But these folks, you've heard them all on both sides. No matter what we do, you're going to have residents that are not going to be happy with us one way or the other, and that seems to go with this job up here, okay, is that we always have half the audience that wants us to do one thing and half the audience that wants us to do the other. I have to drive the same roads, but I don't have any jurisdiction about going over and getting them repaired. So, I am very, very fortunate to live on Limestone, and Limestone's probably the best road in TRE. And it just didn't get affected by the storm. So, and I didn't move there, by the way. I didn't live there prior to the storm. Okay, so I moved off on one of the worst roads in the TRE GID, and that was Sandstone. So, anyways, I will listen to my other commissioners, but I'm prepared to offer a motion if my other trustees don't have any, or trustees, my other.
Mr. Tarkanian. I didn't turn you off.
So what
I know how.
So what we've seen today has been good arguments on both sides, and when you have a passionate issues and hard issues, you're going to get good arguments on both sides. And I think both are right. But I'm going to say a few things that I think that are uncontroverted, and I hope that most of you agree with. First and foremost, a county taking over a GID should be the last resort. Second of all, the GID has not in the past serviced its district the way it should. It has let the roads completely fall apart, and then there's been some testimony about the flooding and also the water cost. So it hasn't done so in the past. We know that. We also know that the tax revenue in this area is one of the lowest, if not the lowest in the county, which makes it harder for the GID. So we understand those four issues everybody, I think, should agree with. The next issue is something maybe some of us on the board don't quite agree with, but I really think it's something that's necessary. This district needs money. It needs to repair its roads, and it could get 75% of that money from FEMA if it has the money to do the initial construction. I think the county has to do what it can legally to help get money for this GID to get the federal funds. If the county allows the GID to fail in this regards, it's losing out on 3/4 of all that money that the FEMA would provide. Now, we've had some testimony going back and forth, what actually is legal, what's not legal. I believe the American Rescue funds were not legal, if I remember correctly. They were going back and forth. But there are other avenues that we can do, and I've discussed some of these with the county manager. But we should do whatever we can to help get the federal funds for this district. It'd be a shame if we don't. We as a board had authorized $1.2 million to help renovate Kale Road up at Lake Tahoe because of damages it was going to do to the lake. And if we were going to be able to help that GID, we certainly should help this GID get the federal funds it needs to do the road. I think there's been some great suggestions by the public speakers today, And I would encourage not only the GID board to listen to them, but if the county can help in any regards, I think we should. We're a partnership with these GIDs. I understand we don't get the tax revenues for some of these issues, but we should help where we can. If we have engineers that can go out there and help give them advice on how they can spend their money to improve the flooding and the water issues, I think we should. So I think, again, the county should work together on that. That being said, I'm going to make one thing that I think is essential for me to vote to let the GID remain, and that is the GID has talked about having their ducks in order. They have all these goals they want to accomplish and how they want the district to move forward. But we need to see some set guidelines and timelines. There should be a 3-month intervals where the GID board can report back, whether it's to us in writing or to us in an open meeting, of what goals have been set, what have been accomplished, why haven't they been accomplished, and what goals are going to be set for the next timeline. I think that's very important. We just can't say, hey, we're going to trust the GID to move forward and allow all these wonderful people that are facing the hardships you've talked about today to continue to suffer if nothing gets done.
Mr. Noah.
Yes, I think that Commissioner Tarkanian has been looking at my notes, so I support what he says.
Commissioner Hill.
I was having some thoughts along those lines as well, but I wanted to ask our legal counsel, if we take no action now, or we take action to adopt a resolution that says we'll take no action. Do we have any authority to have the GID report to us? Do we have any authority to go back and say, okay, we didn't take action then, but things mean we want to take action now? Do we need another petition if we were to take action? If you could just give some guidance along those lines.
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. They're under 318.515, as the county manager indicated, there's several options available to the board. One of it, which is to take no action pursuant to resolution. However, similar to what the county did, what the Board of County Commissioners did with Terry Willoughby's examination, you could either continue this hearing for a time certain to get the information, or you could, in the resolution itself, impose a condition that the GID needs to report back within a certain period of time. I think once the board has issued a resolution formally stating they're not going to take any action, your jurisdiction ends at that point. However, if you condition the resolution saying, you've said, meaning the Board of Trustees, there are things that are happening that will make this not necessary, you could condition that, or basically continue the hearing or condition the resolution to whatever report back the board feels is appropriate.
And what kind of timeline?
I just looked at the statute. There is no timeline on it. The hearing's at a place, date, and hour specified in the hearing, but you could continue that hearing. Or I think, again, consistent with that, condition the resolution on some further action.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask County Manager Jennifer Davidson if she wants to weigh in on this thought of perhaps continuing the hearing with the idea that we would get more reports later and be able to see 3 months from now, 6 months from now, something like that, how things are going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Commissioner Hills, thank you for your question. I would recommend that if we did invite the district to report back to us, that the time period we select would be no more frequent than quarterly reporting. And it just so happens that we're wrapping up the quarter in March now. And so I'd recommend, it conveniently aligns with the quarters in the fiscal year. And so if this board wanted to look at data-based decision-making, that it would make sense to receive financial reporting at that interval. I'm not sure outside of that what other timelines. I'm not necessarily saying that quarterly is the most beneficial for this commission. That's up to you as a matter of policy. I'm just saying no more frequent than quarterly and timing it with the quarter marks of the fiscal year.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, the resolution, whatever the board decides to do, there needs to be a finite period of time. It's not like the public guardian where there's reports made to the board. There would be a specific time period in which the Board of Trustees, because they are new, to come and say, this is our financial state and this is our plan moving forward to address the concerns that have been heard. I do not think it would be appropriate for an ongoing reporting structure. That's what one of the options, ex officio board, that's what that would do.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Nosan.
I think it's readily apparent that this is not something that's very casual and we're going to take our time in getting things done. I think we should put a requirement on the trustees to come up with a timeline, as somebody suggested earlier, and give us projected dates of when these things will be done. Let's get into a project management phase of this. And I would require, that we report to you, that you would report to us at monthly meetings, one of our monthly meetings. And then we'll go from there and see if we like what we see. And by the way, I also want to reiterate that the Board of Trustees have gone through a lot of turmoil and replacement and quitting and so on. But apparently, there is some progress being made in the appropriate direction by those who are on the board now. And I would support that, make sure that that continues. That's an attaboy or attagirl, whichever you prefer.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. First of all, I am not in favor necessarily having a time limit. I believe these residents are going to force a time limit on their board. And if the residents, myself included, because I can get my front end aligned on a daily basis based on the potholes that are existing in TRE right now. But I believe the residents are going to place pressure on the board that is going to be sufficient for them to get things done. The other thing I want to keep in focus here is that I believe FEMA has set a timeline of October of this year to at least have begun work, if not complete work, although I believe that they have the ability to ask for extensions from FEMA to do that. So I think there's a couple of things that are in place that will affect that process. I'm not necessarily in favor of that process. I think these residents need to start making sure that they attend those meetings. What is it, 6 o'clock, 6:30? On the second Wednesday of every month. So I would suggest that you fill every seat that's available at the TRE Community Center to put their feet to the fire. That's your elected officials down there, and that's my inclination, is to keep those people in place, but you need to keep putting the pressure on them. I want to correct for the record, I think it's extremely important that we correct some misperceptions. Commissioner Tarkanian has indicated that we dedicated $1.4 million of funds for the repair and maintenance of Kale Drive in the Tahoe Township. And that is not necessarily true. okay? And I think it's important for the residents in TRE and other GIDs to understand that. Annually, okay, so I'm going to start this off. Annually, or I should say on a daily basis, we charge transient occupancy tax on all rooms that are rented in the Tahoe Township on a daily basis. If you rent a room, you pay 14% TOT tax. Of that 14%, and I know I'm getting technical here, 14%, of that 14%, 1% is set aside for road maintenance in the Tahoe Township. That is currently accumulating around $3 million a year. Okay? TOT is raising, the 1% that goes to roads is raising approximately $3 million a year. That money must be spent in the Tahoe Township. We cannot transfer those funds to any other location in the county. So we can't transfer it to TRE. We can't transfer it to any of the GIDs. Okay? $3 million a year. What we did was, because Kale needed to be repaired, we went to Congressman Amodei and asked him to put it in the federal budget. And he agreed to do so. So he got an allocation out of the United States Congress for $1.4 million. And all we did as a Board of Commissioners is, should that have not occurred and the U.S. Congress had not approved that $1.4 million, we took money out of the road fund of Lake Tahoe and dedicated that $1.4 million to repair Kale. That was not necessary. We didn't take those funds out because we did get those federal funds dedicated. Okay? So we don't have the ability to shift that money anywhere else in the county. It has to stay there. Those are where our hands are tied. If I've misstated that, our county manager, please correct me.
I'll correct you.
Oh, you're going to correct me, okay? We did not dedicate ARPA funds at all on that. That was federal money, or it was road tax money raised in the Tahoe Township. Thank you.
I'm trying so hard not to get into arguments with people. I keep trying to get better and be more professional. But if Mr. Gardner would have just stated certain facts that are somewhat true and didn't say that I was misstating the facts, then I wouldn't have an issue with it. But he's completely wrong. We took a vote with this board, and we voted to allocate $1.4 million for Kale Road if federal funds, which at that time was skeptical, was going to be able to fund that road. And if it didn't, we were going to allocate $1.4 million. Yes, it came out of the TOT taxes in Lake Tahoe, which has to be spent there, but we have road funds here. We have TOT tax here in the valley. I mean, it's just, you're nitpicking. The point I'm saying is, this board had a long discussion about how bad that road was, the Kale Road. It was horrible. It's a lot like your roads at TRE. It was causing problems in the lake with the sediment that was flowing into there. Something needed to be done. I was all in favor of allocating money to help resolve that district, because like that GID, that district has very little money. It's a very poor district, and it couldn't pay for it, just like your guys' district are. A lot of what Commissioner Gardner is saying is true, but we still voted as a board to do so. And we did so for the reasons that I stated, and it's the same reasons you guys have in TRE.
It sounds like the campaign for the next election is underway.
I'm not running against Commissioner Gardner, okay? I mean, instead of worrying about a campaign, we should talk about worrying about the people that are getting hurt here, and that's where all my discussion's been.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hales.
We did not pay for Kale Drive out of the general fund. So,
Nor did I say so.
No,
we
I
paid
know,
for it out
I
of
know,
the
but
Douglas
that's-
County tax money. I mean,
that's-
again, you guys want to word it.
Wait. I'm not. Right. We did not pay for Kale out of the general fund. And it appears to me that if we were to, well, let me just be more concise. I'm not in favor of taking money from the general fund or really any fund to subsidize Topaz. I am in favor of supporting, collaborating, helping where we can. I am in favor of that. I understand from our Deputy District Attorney, Doug Ritchie, that we cannot ask for monthly reporting. We need to ask for if we are going to do such a thing, which I appreciate, Commissioner Gardner, you're not in favor of. It makes some sense to me, though, particularly because there's a timeline for the FEMA process. And to support that, and with that in mind, I would be in favor of continuing this hearing for 3 months and getting a look at that point in time, and providing an opportunity for the district to report back and give us another glance at how things are progressing. And I don't want to waste a bunch of time having a report that does no good. On the other hand, I do feel there are compelling arguments about the need. And when I look at what's been done in the past 3 months to make progress on the financial health there, I think to add another 3 months to that and expect continued progress might be productive and might help find a balance between those residents who are very concerned and those residents who think things are just fine and we need to stay out of your business. I mean, this might be a moderate step that would sort of find middle ground. And so I personally would be in favor of another look in 3 months, another report to see how things are going, and to just push this out for that amount of time.
Thank you. Commissioner Noasad.
All right, with respect to reporting, I would suggest that the board of TRE needs to be monitored. It's like putting the spur into the flank of a horse. We want you to get moving, and we want to hear about some rapid ideas of what you're getting to. If you want to wait 3 months, the wheels of government turn very, very slowly, and if you get back into that mode, we're right back where we started from.
And Commissioner Tarkanian.
Look, I'm not going to beat a dead horse any more than this, and I'm just going to say it one last time. I think the county should help TRE get the FEMA funds under any legal circumstances, okay? Any legal circumstances. It would be horrible to lose that federal funding for a district that needs it as badly as us if we had the legal grounds to do so. All right, that being said, now, there seems to be two different approaches we can go here, and I'm going to give you my approach. I'll probably vote for either one of the two approaches. Commissioner Hills would prefer to have this pushed back, I think she said 3 months, and then have the reports. I like what this Assistant District Attorney had said, that we would vote to take no action under the condition that the GID board comes back to us on a certain basis, whether it's 1 month, 3 months, or 6 months. Give us a report and shows that they're making the progress that's needed to be made. Therefore, we don't have to push it down the road. But if the majority of the board wants that, I'll go with that too.
And Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that the TRE GID is a separate political entity and does not report to us and has no responsibilities to report to us. We can't compel them to do anything. They are an independent, duly elected board of trustees by their residents and do not answer to us.
The Assistant District Attorney just said that we could.
Now we could ask them to come back to us in a friendly manner, I believe, but I think to impose a artificial deadline of 3 months is concerning, and there's a lot that they have to be doing and we have to be doing in the next 3 months. We're entering into our budget discussions. They're entering into theirs. There's just a lot of things going on. If we could suggest that they come back to us perhaps the first quarter of fiscal year 24, 25, but to place I don't know that we have do we, Mr. DA, Deputy District, Chief Deputy District DA, Mr. Ritchie, can we impose such a thing? Or can, I don't know.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. To be clear, the GID is a separate political subdivision of the state, just like the county. However, the issue before the board is whether you feel it's appropriate to act on the petition that's been submitted to this board. So if you need additional time, or if you feel you're not certain if this new board can act in the best interests of the residents of the GID, then you can basically continue the matter to get additional information. But I agree, this board cannot have these continuing reports as if they're somehow reporting to this board. That's one of the options, you become the ex officio board. If you want that kind of oversight reporting, you become the ex officio board.
I got a clarification. You say continual reports like they're indefinite, but if we had set them for a certain time period, which is what I thought your statement was originally, we're not an ex officio board. And I thought what you stated originally was that you could deny the motion to take over the GID on the condition that they report back. Now you're saying we have to leave it open and kick the can down the road. As I mentioned, if we do that, that's fine. I just hate to keep kicking cans down the road. It'd be nice to get some kind of decision made.
If I may,
believe the
Chairman.
county manager would like to weigh in.
Can I clarify something? Yeah. It's not ongoing reporting. It's whatever information you feel is necessary in order to say, Board of Trustees, you can continue to operate. I'd also like to clarify something. This agenda item and the NRS provision deals with the governance and administration of the GID. It's not about financial. It's not about the county bailing out or taking over in the sense of taking over the debts of the GID. Now, it's true, depending on how you vote today, there may be future financial decisions that will have to be made that will have a financial impact. But today's item is about governance and administration. So, again, if it helps this board, because, again, there's new members of the Board of Trustees, there's new administrative staff. If you feel that it's helpful to wait and get a report to see how things are going, that's appropriate. But again, an ongoing reporting cycle would be inappropriate because they are a separate political subdivision of the state. I hope that clarified.
Our county manager and then Mr. Noah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I hope the comments that I'm offering now will help unmuddy the water a little bit. Option 4 requires additional action on your part beyond this meeting. I would have to bring back, at your direction, a resolution for adoption. There is not a resolution in the packet today. So what I would propose as one potential option for the commission is that you set a date certain. I'm going to throw a date out there, 3 months from now, June 20th. We ask the district to return with a progress report, and you direct me to bring back a resolution for potential adoption for option 4 at that meeting. Your leverage to ask them to come back is potential adoption of the resolution at that meeting on approximately June 20th. I would please respectfully ask, so that I do not have to send 10 more notices to every house in the district, that we pick a date certain. If it's not June 20th, please specify in the motion a date. I'm happy to throw additional dates out for your consideration. Thank you.
I find it interesting that the GID is independent and yet comes to us for help. So if that is what's going on, the contract that we may enter into would be that of, you guys are doing pretty good right now. We're going to put the spur into the flank and let's see how well you are moving ahead. And I suggest that 3 months down the line is not enough. I would like to see some very positive action within the first month.
Commissioner Hales.
Because of the FEMA thing, if the FEMA thing weren't involved, I would feel a little bit differently. But because of the FEMA thing, I would support the 3 month. I think the 3 month is good because it still would allow for getting the FEMA application process handled, and so I would support that. And to me, it's not asking for reporting or being an oversight. That's not the notion here. The notion is we have an obligation under this statute to figure out, based on the petition to us, what we should do under our own authority. This is not exercising oversight. So for that reason, I would like to have 3 months more information before we take a final action on this. So I'm prepared to support a motion or make a motion that.
Could I ask a question before we do that?
In that regard.
Before we do that, we have once again, I believe 4 members of their board here today, and I would ask their chair. You've been listening to all this conversation. Does the June 20th timeline seem feasible to you, or does that feel? Do you feel like that's aggressive? Too aggressive?
I don't know if I'm on or not, in conference with a couple of other board members, and given the FEMA guidelines, and we deal with the weather. So you're still going to hear from the audience that the roads are not fixed. They're not up to par. We can't make this happen. All I can do, and I'm more than willing to work with the board, just as Mr. Gardner and Commissioner Gardner and I have talked. I am working on getting a newsletter out to the residents every 90 days, 90 to 120 days, depending on what is going on. So they're aware of how our money is being spent, even those do not show up at our meeting, what is being done, what the timeline is. I have no problem collaborating with this commission and keeping you guys up to date. I don't care if it's for the next 5 years. I will send you our newsletter and our finances if that's what you're requiring. But hanging us out for 3 more months with kind of this, well, we want you to report to us over our head, this has been exhausting for our board. I mean, exhausting, trying to come up with all the numbers and the figures. We're a very small board. We have 5 members. We now have a business manager. We just got our staff in our office fully going up. We've got our crew staff now working on getting back. 3 months is not going to get you a lot of information. And to hang us out there telling us, well, we're not going to take any action, but we want you to report back to us in 3 months, you're not going to see a lot of movement. You won't see a lot of movement for 6 months. You probably won't see the majority of the movement for 9. So I'm thinking you guys we're going to be in this limbo, which makes it hard for us to function as a board.
Oh, what about the FEMA application and process?
It's right now, we do have bids going out. You will see them in the paper for, I believe it's the culverts and drainage. So we're progressing forward. We have that going out. That was approved last Wednesday to get that going forward. And that is being done as we speak, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll see that in the newspaper. You'll see
I need
the
to
bid
ask another
process.
question in regards to the FEMA. As I understand it,
Recognized by the chair. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One of the speakers early on here said that we could use, or correction, you could use the money that's in the water, use that as collateral. But I kind of wonder, I saw a head shaking yes when that was mentioned. Is that correct?
There is some discussion going on right now as to whether or not we can, I believe it's called an interfund loan from one business to another, short term, if necessary. But the roads, there was a question posed to me by Ms. Davison about the cash and the cash investments and the operating cash. Approximately $600,000 of that is roads alone. Just to clarify that, and I talked to our business manager about 5 minutes ago to make sure I was stating that correctly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gardner, and I will say that since this is your district, I'm going to allow you to make whatever motion we do.
Okay.
And then we will vote on it. So, Commissioner, it's your microphone.
So in conversations with the trustees down there, especially the ones, Mr. Tanner, who's been more involved with the FEMA process than any other trustee, it's my understanding that FEMA piecemeals this thing out. They don't make one big, it's not considered one big chunk of money or one big chunk of repairs. And so the process, as I understand it, is they identify a section that needs to be repaired, and FEMA agrees to that through the process. They repair it, and then with the funds that they have available, and then FEMA will eventually reimburse them the 75 cents on the dollar. Good return on investment. But so that's my concerns, is that even though they may be able to get one section done, it's not going to have all of the section done, and they're not going to be able to get, as they go along, they're not going to have, that outlay is not going to occur all at once. So as I understand it, you have funds, you'll repair some, you'll get some repairs done, and you'll get some reimbursement, and you'll go on to the next project. I don't know how many projects are identified, but that's the way I believe FEMA works. It's not if you have $4 million, I don't know that they've approved $4 million worth of damage, $2 million worth of damage, or even $1 million worth of damage. But I believe that's the process that works. I agree with Ms. Becker, is that I think their board needs some assurances that they can move forward and do so in a definitive manner, okay? So I'm inclined to...
I want to ask a question, make a statement to her before you make a motion.
Yes. Yeah.
So, Ms. Becker, I think you misunderstood what the point I was trying to make. I certainly, and I don't think anybody here in the audience was expecting the roads to be fixed in 3 months, or maybe even be started in 3 months. That wasn't the purpose of what we were asking. And I didn't use a 3-month period. It could be if you need 6 months or something. I don't know what it is. The concern that I think a lot of people have is that you guys have a really good presentation. It seems like you're really on the ball. Everybody that I've talked with has been impressed with what's going on right now with the board. But there's been a long time period before things have been repaired, and they want to see some type of an action. So my whole purpose was just give us an update of what you're doing or what you plan to do. Okay, for the first 3 months, we've identified these are the roads that need to be done, and we hope to hire a contractor to go out and do it within the next 3 months. And the next 3 months, you say that part's done, and so forth. That was the purpose of it. I certainly did not want to have hanging over your head the ability to come back and say we're going to take you over on the whim. That's why I made the motion that we would not take over that's why I wanted to make the motion that we would not take over the board on the condition that you just give us these reports. So anyways, just wanted to clarify that for you.
And that's why I'm up here speaking, because it seems like the commissioners are vitally interested that we're moving forward and progressing in a positive, most efficient pattern that we can. I have no problem communicating with this board every 90 days if you would like to see that. I just don't want the question left open as to whether or not action is going to be taken. So either ex officio so that you get reports from us every night. It won't be from this board, obviously, because you guys will be the board. So it will be from our DOM, our business manager, and other people. Or that you take no action at all with this motion, and that you trust that this board, who has been working entirely very hard for their huge monthly stipend, to continue to, as you all know what it is, those who have served, I have worked a lot of hours to get this to where it is right now, to make it transparent, to make people, to allow people to have their say, to get things going forward so that it isn't like the past boards. It isn't like the last, I don't know when, GIDs were functioning, that nothing was done. The money was being taken in and they were just sitting on it. That is not the idea of the GID. You are here, as Ms. Davidson pointed out in the beginning slides, to improve your district with the funds that you get. And that is what this board is about.
Commissioner Noah, and then
After further consideration, I would.
your
The
mic
spur.
there. Okay.
Remove the spur from the flank of the horse and not drop the required reports.
Okay. May I make a motion now? Or are you ready?
I just want to say one thing.
Okay.
I don't want to do anything that implies we're an oversight committee.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm interested in making a motion. if
Please
that's-
do, sir.
Okay, very good. At this time, I move that the county adopt a resolution confirming the board will take no action, will not take any action, and the district's management and organization will remain unchanged to be brought back to us at the most timely opportunity without any other time requirements.
It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to assume that there's further comment on the motion.
Chairman, thank you. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. April 4th, I think, is the most expedited meeting, and we do need, we would request respectfully that you put that in the motion. It's a date
Okay,
specific.
I wasn't sure whether it could be brought back to us by that date or whether it would take the 18th. But if that's the case, if it can be brought back to us by April 4th, then I'll make that part of the motion and ask for the seconder to concur.
Yes.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I was a traffic cop. Wow. All right, any further comment from the board, or do we have a motion and a second, so we move on to a vote?
I have one comment. I just want to commend you, Chairwoman, for your excellent leadership. It's visible.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No, I already said aye. I just want to, I want to
Wow.
make a statement that my aye is done because it's better than nothing. I still think that we should have some kind of reports, but I'm not going to vote to take over or to become ex officio, so.
And I was going to make a comment also then to that effect. And I appreciate, the motion's done. The motion's done. You made a comment after the motion, and I want to follow up on that, okay? I want to piggyback on top of what you said, if you don't mind. I appreciate the chairman offering to bring us timely reports, and that would be good. But the most timely report is going to be done to these folks in this audience, as you know, okay? Because I know that a lot of people want you folks to do it, and there's a lot of folks in the TRE community that also want us to do it. So we have to recognize that, okay? And so there you go. I hope, once again, I hope you've been taking notes and taking names and and identifying what you need to do. Thank you so much.
All right, this board will stand in recess until 1:30 when we will take up item number 2. Good afternoon. The computer says that it's 1:30, so we will get this started. So the agenda item for this afternoon is for possible action, a discussion on the draft strategic report for Douglas County, discussion for possible action, may include a review of the Board of County Commissioners' strategic objectives and action to provide direction to staff regarding possible revisions to the draft plan. This will be presented by our county manager, Jennifer Davidson. Ms. Davidson, you have the floor.
Here we go. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I cannot tell you how excited I am to be talking about the strategic plan again, and I mean that with all sincerity. I hope my energy that I bring to this afternoon's conversation is contagious, and I look forward to having these important conversations with the commission and the members of the public who are choosing to engage with us this afternoon. So thank you to everyone who is paying attention to this important matter for Douglas County. For those who are following along at home or in the audience, the draft strategic plan can be found on packet page 216. And for those members of the public who wish to find it, it is posted on our website. There is a direct link to the strategic plan on that first page of our website. All right, so I thought I'd start with a little bit of an overview. If I can, there it goes. Remind everyone, what is a strategic plan? So the intent of a strategic plan is to create a shared vision between the residents of Douglas County and their elected officials, which is why we have engaged so many individuals in this important conversation. This document will serve as a 5-year planning guide roadmap for our future, and it is designed to evolve over time in response to the changing needs of our community. So strategic plan timeline, just to remember everyone about how long we've been at this. We began in August of last year. We launched a robust public outreach campaign to garner public input. In November, internal stakeholders met to review feedback from the Insights Report, which for those who are curious where you can find the Insights Report, it is on packet page 247. And to draft the objectives and framework that we are now discussing and contemplating this afternoon. A draft plan was presented to the County Commission, and the public was given a month to review and give additional feedback in January. That process occurred through February, and now we find ourselves here today in March with the intent of incorporating additional public input into a final draft of our strategic plan. Public outreach. This is the most extensive public outreach campaign that I have personally been involved with Douglas County. It included a number of in-person events that were hosted by county staff. Many of these events were at community events that were already occurring out in the community. We went to where the people were to advise them that the strategic planning process was going on, and we wanted to hear from them. So we did our kickoff event at the CVIC Hall in August. We did our first public workshop in the community center in September, and then we did an additional public workshop up at the lake in October. Those community events where we engaged with members of the public and invited them to participate in this process included concerts in the park, concerts in the green, Minden's Farmers Markets, and Gardnerville Wine Walks, to name just a few. Public outreach continued also through our social media, news media, and website. Social media, I'm particularly proud of our community relations team for boosting public engagement on social media. We had more than 70,000 views of the strategic plan and interaction with our team as part of those social media posts. So good for them. And good for us, obviously, because as a result of that public engagement and that continued push to get the plan out there and to create some public awareness, we had over 1,100 residents participate in our online survey. 16% of residents who participated indicated that they're business owners in the community. I found that to be a particularly compelling statistic. And so we had a good cross-representation from across the county. We targeted specific areas where we saw some low engagement. So if we weren't seeing individuals engaging proportionally in Gardnerville Rancho's community, we made sure to push social media notices that direction so we could get more people and more input from those pockets all over the community. We were also monitoring the demographics of the individuals participating, so we were trying to target particular age groups to ensure that we were getting feedback across a full spectrum of Douglas County residents. We also included stakeholder focus groups where we invited representatives from economic vitality, public health, public safety, major employers, and landowners in our community to take a deeper dive into some of the important issues and challenges that our community is facing in the next 5 to 10 years. In addition, as the commission is aware, each one of you were interviewed regarding your particular concerns and priorities. And this information, again, was all compiled in that insights report that I mentioned can be found on packet page 247. The intent of this insights report is that we're going to be making some data-driven decisions. So we want to make sure that the feedback that we captured from the public was incorporated into this draft strategic plan. And with that in mind, I thought I'd just provide you with an overview of what that insights report contained. Top areas of concern were addressed on pages 18 through 19 in the insights report. If you're looking at it from the packets, you're going to go to packet page 264 to find top areas of concerns or what were identified as public priorities. The public advised us in the survey that they are concerned with affordable housing and overdevelopment or development. They expressed concerns about development and the high cost of housing. This appeared as a reoccurring theme throughout the survey and the feedback that we got. There's this tension between this need for affordable housing, workforce housing, whatever you want to call it in the community, versus this concern that we are not managing the impact from development. And so there's a desire by our community to see us balance those two very important priorities. Economic development also struck a similar chord with our residents. There's a desire to balance development with a strong and sustainable economy. Preserving natural beauty and rural character was one of the most unanimous pieces of feedback that we got from our community. There's a strong preference by our residents for us to preserve natural beauty and rural character, including our scenic vistas and ag land, with the use of conservation easements and TDRs. Our residents also expressed across the board support for and a desire to see enhancements to outdoor recreation opportunities, hiking and biking trails. Public safety was also one of the themes that popped up in concerns, priorities for members of the public. Residents expressed concerns about crime rates, fire safety, disaster preparedness, fires and floods, safe roads, and traffic control that they'd like to see the county prioritize more. County government and finances were also a theme that occurred. Our residents want to see financial responsibility. They want transparent budgeting, and they want wise spending out of their county officials. They emphasized a need for us to properly plan for and invest in infrastructure, especially our road maintenance and transportation upgrades throughout the community. Again, in this underlying theme, we see this current of feedback from our residents that there's a concern that we need to balance development with the revenue needed to achieve our priorities in a fiscally responsible and sustainable way. Last, education and youth development was a reoccurring theme throughout the feedback that we received. Residents expressed concern about the availability of educational facilities and resources. While many matters related to education are not within the purview or authority of this board, there may be opportunities for us to look for engaging with the school district on partnerships, and perhaps injecting into some of our community services opportunities for youth and families. All right, next I would direct your attention to summary of themes that popped up across the report. And for those following along in the packet, this would be packet page 265. In the Insights report, these are pages 19 through 20. I am not going to read all of these bullets for you. I think you could very quickly scan them. I'm just going to call out the central core themes that the bullets fall under. So the reoccurring themes that we saw in our feedback was managing growth and infrastructure, preserving natural beauty and rural character, as I mentioned, public safety and services, community engagement and quality of life, county government and finance, education and youth development, transportation and traffic management, business and economic development, and housing and development. All right, so according to our residents, what does success look like in 2030? This can be found in Insights report pages 21 through 23. For those following along in the packet, that would be packet page 267. According to our residents, by 2030, success looks like Douglas County is managing growth and infrastructure. We're preserving natural beauty and rural character. We're enhancing public safety and related services. We're prioritizing community engagement. We're enhancing quality of life for residents. We're ensuring responsible transparent use of tax dollars, supporting youth and young families, addressing transportation infrastructure needs and issues with traffic, supporting local businesses and focusing on long-term economic sustainability, and balancing affordable housing needs with overdevelopment. All right, with those themes in mind, we have compiled the strategic objectives and goals in the strategic plan. These can be found on the pages that are referenced. We have highlighted what I'm calling 4 objectives or pillars. We formerly called those pillars. Those 4 areas are balanced growth and infrastructure, preserving Douglas County's natural beauty and rural character, serving our community, and enhancing residents' quality of life. And if we did our job correctly, we should have reflected the feedback from the public in the objectives and the goals that were written in the draft strategic plan. That is the purpose and intent of today and the intent of our conversation. With that in mind, I turn it back to the commission. I am prepared, sir, to answer any questions the board may have. I'm also prepared to bring up the draft strategic plan and to work through any wordsmithing or desires of the commission at your direction. So with that, sir, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you for that presentation. It was very comprehensive, and I'm glad you did not read every bullet point. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. Any comments from the board? Any changes you'd like to see? Any emphasis that you would like to see in Mr. Tarkanian?
Ms. Davidson, I mean, we got a lot of really great goals and what we're trying to achieve. I guess what I don't see in here, and maybe this isn't what's supposed to be part of a strategic plan, but is how do we pay for some of these things? Most importantly to me is the roads and the maintenance of the roads, both additional roads that are necessary, well, like the one we just discussed in the last meeting, and the maintenance of other roads. We've discussed before privately the cost of that and how that's the biggest obstacle. Are we going to discuss about how we're going to come up or how to adjust our budgets to come up with some kind of solutions for this, or is that for another meeting?
So the intent of the strategic plan is to create that roadmap for our future, as I mentioned earlier on in the presentation. Each year, as part of the budget planning process, we should bring the strategic plan forward with us to inform our budget planning conversation. And we are going to be kicking off the budget planning in the next couple of weeks, right? And so what's really important is to set the priorities and the vision for the board first, and then to talk about resource allocation as part of the budget planning process every fiscal year. Additionally, as throughout the year, as we're ticking things off of our list, What I would like to see happen is each agenda item that's brought before the commission should include in it, in addition to the financial impact, an impact or some sort of statement referencing back to the strategic plan. How is the action being brought before the commission at any given time related to the strategic plan? Is it related? And if not, why aren't we spending our time trying to accomplish the strategic plan and allocating our resources accordingly? I gave you a roundabout answer. Basically, we need to talk financing of our priorities as part of our budget process, which will be kicking off here soon.
Commissioner Hill.
Well, I have been through this with a pretty fine-tooth comb, and I've also read through all of the substantial public comments we received, and I have a question, I have a few overarching comments, and then I have many, many small points and one big point. And so my vision is we'd pretty much go through this page by page and look at fine-tuning. So that's what I was thinking. My one question is, how would the strategic plan mesh with the community plans? And maybe just what are community plans and where do they fit in?
So community plans are contained within the Douglas County Master Plan. And they speak to the board's vision specific to land use and zoning matters related to those individual areas. For example, there's a Johnson Lane area plan. It's specifically, I happen to have read it very recently because I was writing a painted rock mine agenda item. And I only bring that up because it mentions within that area plan that that is a rural neighborhood by design with single family uses. So land use, land matters, area plans are part of the master plan. The strategic plan is really intended to be this overarching umbrella that should incorporate by reference and also include the major priorities from each of our subset of planning documents. We have documents related to the Valley Vision, we have documents related to economic vitality, we have the Douglas County Master Plan. In this strategic plan, it talks about a master plan update, it talks about TDRs, all components of the master plan and important priorities for our community. And so we will get into more in-depth conversations about the area plans and the objectives related to the area plans as part of the master plan update, if that is the desire of the board to do that at that time. It really only makes sense to include that level of detail in a strategic plan if you think it's enough of a significant priority that it should be something that we're continuously working on over the next 5 years, and it should shape budget allocations and a lot of the work that the commission is doing. I would think those area planning, very important conversations would occur as a subset of the master planning process. Is that helpful? Yes. Okay.
And so basically, the strategic plan is intended to be broader than any one community plan or area plan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I have three sort of overarching comments that maybe I'll make right now before we get into nuts and bolts. One is, as you noted, education is not really it's not our jurisdiction. It's not. But I had a lot of public comment about education. And I have to say, if there's one burning problem in our county, it's what is happening with our school district. But that's not for us to fix. That's for the voters to fix. So I'm noting for all the people who talked to me about this and who sent me comments, this is the wrong venue for that. But I wanted to note it because it's important to a lot of people. Second, we did get quite a bit of input on more specific interests. And the example I want to use is the animal control animals. And that is a worthy consideration, but it is quite specific, and so it's not something that needs to be included specifically in our strategic plan, which is a more broad, more visionary document. And so if you have a specific interest that doesn't get addressed in the strategic plan, it doesn't mean that we don't think it's a worthy cause or something we would support. It just doesn't fit really well in a strategic plan. And then another comment I wanted to make is we've had some thoughtful public comment about open space not being used as stormwater, automatically used as stormwater or altered for a retention pond. And I wanted to note up front that I think those are thoughtful, that's thoughtful input. In my opinion, every time we address open space, we can specify exactly how is this going to be used, and to what extent can it be altered to both be open and stormwater management. And so I don't reject those considerations, but I don't adopt them wholeheartedly. I think it's a case by case, be specific on those things as we go through. And just because we don't say that no open space can be used for stormwater doesn't mean that we think all open space should be used and manipulated for stormwater. So I don't feel a need to dial in more specifically in the strategic plan what we're talking about when, because I think that can be done case by case. And those were just a few broader pieces that I wanted to mention as preface.
Thank you. And I will work from here to there. So Commissioner Northhead, do you have any input? Commissioner Tarkanian? All right, we'll move right along to the end. Not that you're the tail of the caboose or anything, but yes, Commissioner.
I'm not the tail that wags the dog, so. I just had a couple of comments during the initial stages. I know that I got some public comment that I did want to address, and actually the member that submitted this is here today, Hope Sullivan, previously with our planning department, and I thought she raised some good questions, and she indicated, and she'll probably do this later on also, the Valley Event Center that we refer to, she was questioning whether or not that was an equestrian center, and to my understanding, that is not what was brought forward or thought about in that discussion that we had in our public forums. Not an equestrian center, although we need, in my mind, and I think it's been identified in this, that we're looking at an expansion of our fairgrounds and the equestrian units utilization of that. But I know that it's been brought forward by the Carson Valley Arts Council, the need for a more of a performing arts center a venue, and the thing is that the two facilities we have that traditionally put on performing arts performances and musical performances, CVI and CVIC Hall. I don't know if you, the members of the public, have witnessed this, but whenever I've been to a musical event at CVIC Hall, the acoustics just aren't really good for us, and CVIC or CVI Hall, CVI has, yes, they have an outdoor area, but I think this area that was referred to in this plan was specifically identified as perhaps the need for a performing arts center that would fix seat, such as the revitalization of the Copeland building. So I think maybe a little bit more clarification in that regard might be appropriate. I also wanted to make an observation that affordable housing, attainable workforce housing, whatever term you want to put on it, is not a Douglas County individual issue, but it's a common theme, a universal theme that's being expressed by the 3,000 plus counties throughout the United States. And I'm nervous about so much focus being placed on that with, we have currently 5,500 homes approximately, give or take a few, that are already on the books, zoned to be built and approved. And when I look at that component, I don't see, of the 5,500, I don't see any what would be called attainable or workforce housing component. And I don't know that we have the ability as a county to mandate to the builders that they put a attainable workforce housing component in their projects. I guess that's something we can discuss later on, but those are already approved, and I don't know that we can go back and say, no, you have to have what's called a affordable or attainable workforce housing component in that. I don't know that we have the ability to control housing prices, and the houses prices are only going to be escalated as we progress through the years here, because the cost of building the infrastructure necessary for these projects is escalating by the day, and the ability to build those homes is escalating by the day. And we're experiencing that as we go through our focus on building a justice center and our ability to build Mueller, two big components that we have infrastructure-wise coming forth in our county. So if we put so much focus on the strategic plan in that regard, how do we go about, and that's my concern, is when we build a strategic plan, we want to have goals in here. And when I looked at the strategic plan that's up there on the wall right now, you can pretty much go down that strategic plan and check off all the things that have been accomplished. They're identifiable, they're clear, and it's time to replace that document because we've accomplished so many of those things. But how do we identify how we're going to accomplish that component of this strategic plan? That's my, if you have a strategic plan, you want to have something that's identifiable and that you can put your finger on in 3 or 4 or 5 years and say, yes, we accomplished that. And now it's time to rebuild that. And I don't know that we can, without, government assistance, and we certainly don't have the ability to do that without diminishing the services we currently deliver to our residents through their taxes. So how do you build that component in? I want us to be very, very careful on how much focus we actually put and effort we put into that versus goals that we can identify and achieve and know that we accomplished them in 4 or 5, 6 years. So that's all, Mr. Chairman, right now.
Thank you. Everybody's had their say except me, so I'm going to have my say. One of the things that concerns me, well, there's a lot of things that concern me, but one of the things that bothers me is that the demographics of Douglas County are aging. What kind of a county do we want? Do we want to be a retirement county? Do we want to turn ourselves into a huge Del Webb? Or do we want to be vibrant and have young people that can move in here and have their children go to school here? Up at the lake, we're to the point where we're even though education's not our bailiwick, I'm concerned that they're losing so many students that we'll have to shut down the schools at the lake. We were a community when we moved here 32 years ago. And now my neighborhood is empty houses owned by people that come and visit 2 and 3 weeks out of the year, or maybe a month or two out of the year. And the rest of the time the house is vacant. And I sure as hell don't want to see us go the direction of South Lake Tahoe, where they want to put a tax on a house that's not occupied. Oh, that's lovely. So I think that's one of the things that we need to look at is bringing in housing that people can afford. And I'm not sure how we would mandate that. I'm not sure that we can mandate that. But that's one of the things that concerns me. Now, I'm no spring chicken myself. Just having turned 80. No, I'm about to turn 80. Never mind. I'm older than I ever thought I would be, but I don't want to be the norm in Douglas County. I want to see the 20-somethings, the 30-somethings, the people that have kids, the people that build a community, and people that can appreciate the type of law enforcement that we have, the type of emergency services that we have, which is, I've been in law enforcement, I was in law enforcement for 57 years, and I cannot tell you how proud I am of what we have here for our EMS services. Our sheriff department is outstanding. Our paramedic programs are outstanding. Our hospital, we're moving Barton Hospital from California to Nevada. There's a message there, folks. Think about that one for a while. But we will now have Barton Hospital on the Nevada side of the line. So that's something else that we can be very proud of. And the fact that we are bringing services here for us old folk, and we're bringing services here for the young folk. But that's one of my main concerns is I want to see this county stay vibrant. And I believe that this strategic plan will help to do so. And if everybody's had their say up here, and if you've had everything that you need to say, county manager, I'll open this to public comment. And would you please sign the register and state your name, and that's when your time will begin.
Hope Sullivan, East Valley. Thank you for opening this to public comment, particularly Commissioner Gardner. I think you kind of spearheaded having another opportunity for the public to speak. I also want to thank Dave Brady, Barbara Smallwood, Larry Walsh, and Jock Etchegoyen, who are all here, and the legacy they've left us. I don't have words for the legacy they've left us. Many years ago, I lived next to Broughton High School in Raleigh, North Carolina. More specifically, I lived next to the football field. For months, I would come home from work and hear the high school marching band playing The Age of Aquarius. Now I live next to 80 acres of open space that's protected by a conservation easement. The open space was required when Grandview Estates PD was approved. Instead of 5-acre lots, they have 2 and 3-acre lots. Per the terms of the conservation easement, no grading, excavating, or building is allowed. Past boards saw value in open space protection and put conservation easements in place to preserve land throughout this county. This was not limited to ranching land. Past boards recognized the scenic value in the desert landscape, and they understood the value of protecting natural systems by surrounding them with open space. To ensure that everyone understood the intent, restrictions such as no building or grading were placed on these conservation easements. Language stating the land was to be retained in its natural state was also included. I urge you to honor these past actions and protect land as open space. The quality of life realized by having these lands is priceless. I further encourage you to leave a legacy by adding to the protected land inventory. The draft strategic plan includes linkages between open space conservation easements and flood control. I know a number of people have opined that stormwater basins are open space. Well, that football field at Broughton High School is also open space. Neither the football field nor the stormwater basin are consistent with the conservation value of the land or the terms of the conservation easement. Over these past few months, you've had a number of development projects come before you that you haven't necessarily been supportive of. But you commented that past boards had made agreements and you were bound by those agreements. Well, past boards made agreements to protect open space in its natural condition by placing conservation easements on the land. The community was figuratively at the table when those agreements were made. Just as you have sat with us at our dining room tables and our back porches, your predecessors have too.
I'm sorry you've run out of time. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Be reminded we don't have a blank slate. We have existing conditions that need to be looked at, restudied before we go forward. So when we do future planning, in my opinion, you are looking at what we have on the ground. The stormwater master plan that might be coming forward soon, the master plan that's coming forward, is only as good as the funding resources. I know we're a small community. Everybody needs to acknowledge that we don't have as much as budgets, and I hope lots of people will be participating in budget meetings this year. Thank you, Mr. Rice, for your comment, but what I find interesting is if we were serious about housing in Tahoe, the Lakeside Casino could have been retrofitted for workforce housing, paid for by the major employers with some supplemental from Douglas County. With that said, when you read the package and we talk about the Board of County Commissioners interviews, it's hard to discern if we're talking about the Valley, if we're talking about Tahoe. They're very unique entities, and I think sometimes we have to look at those as unique entities when we're doing our planning. I thought my comments were pretty well sent in. I'm hoping you all read them. The reality of a lot of things is because we have a shortage in resources coming in, and we need to scrub the existing budget, and I'm not sure how our priorities really are going to be set. Also, when we talk about community plans, it's always mentioned it's what the board wants in these communities. And I know we have community coming forward, like myself, often, but again, it's the existing conditions in these community plans and the area plans, which are embarrassingly outdated, in my opinion, so that the people that are living in those communities now, that have children that want to come back and live here, also are participating in the future and the multi-generational uses. And of course, Title 20 needs a major overhaul. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vaughn Hepner, and I'm from East Valley, and I'm kind of speaking with what Hope was speaking about with the open space. And we really you know, that we would make the open space protection its own objective and remove it from the linkage between open space and flood control. When we bought this land, we found that it was open space, and we thought, oh, it's protected. Now the possibility exists of a huge gravel pit for 5 years, you know, and all the people around us, it's kind of disheartening seeing that. And so what I really hope, I'm coming to you folks, and I'm just asking that you would champion the law that was in place, and that you would take this up and help protect our land. And certainly I understand we need flood control, but it does seem that if people are going to build in a flood plain, they should be the ones who have to take care of it, and that they not go to somebody else and say, you know what, we're going to dig this monstrous pit in your backyard. We'll have a gravel pit there for 5 years. Live with it, because this is development. Well, if guys want to go and build in those other areas, then they should have to absorb the problems of it. It seems as simple as that. But the biggest thing is, when we went in there, it was the law that was open space and it was protected. And I can't change the law willy-nilly. And so I'm just asking that you, our representatives, would protect that and you would champion it. And that's my plea. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name's Dan Greenlee. I'm in East Valley area as well. Hope's my neighbor. I wish I could be as enthusiastic about the strategic plan as staff is, but I see a few deficiencies in it and just going to comment on a couple of them. And with all due respect to Commissioner Hills, most of my comments going to be on open space and the assault, what I consider the assault on the open space easements. I'd like to make 3 comments. Number 1 is growth and development just simply doesn't pay for itself. Been struggling with this for years and years, been in this community for over 35 years. Growth has always outpaced the resources needed to support it. And I would say my evidence that it doesn't pay its way is we would pay for cash for the Justice Center. The county would be fully staffed and paid at a competitive wage. We wouldn't be worried about being able to staff positions. Muller Lane would have already been built. TRE, which you spent this morning on, would have already been repaired. I mean, things would have already been done without it just being lagged and skipped over. It doesn't seem like those of us who already live here benefit from growth in any substantial way. The realty agents, the developers certainly do, but it's often placed on our backs to do it. My primary comment is what the strategic plan says and what is actually happening in this community. And the primary example is the goal of protecting open space. While staff has been going out for over a year now identifying open space for flood control projects, for gravel pits, for fill material that we've been told by staff that this county desperately needs. And again, the open space behind Grandview, where the neighbors out there, 80-acre large open pit mine. It's going to go on for years to get that gravel and material out. We approved Grandview, or we came in and didn't oppose it based upon that open space requirement for the 2 to 3 acre parcels. And now staff has identified that as the primary big open pit. And I don't think it's right. I don't think it's legal, and I don't think it's right for us to have to bear the cost of that. And that's all I have to say about open space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Slade. I appreciate the county manager's presentation. I thought it was encouraging, and as were the 4 areas of main focus. But words on paper are all well and good, but the real test is, does the board follow the letter and intent of the strategic plan? All too often in the past, the board has ignored or violated the letter and intent of the strategic plan, the master plan, county code, and the open meeting law. Various findings and recommendations from staff and decisions by the board have been contrary to any reasonable interpretation of the plan and laws, such as the clear definitions of open space and conservation easements. Having said that, let me mention a few areas in the plan here. It says, we encourage responsible development in appropriate areas while protecting open spaces and agricultural lands to maintain a small town feel that we cherish. Well, it was quite recently that the board totally violated all of those precepts by approving a very dubious transfer of receiving area from Topaz to the heart of the Carson Valley, taking away agricultural land, bringing in thousands of homes, all outside the town boundaries and the urban service area boundaries. So not you, except Commissioner Rice, of course, violated all those precepts. How might we increase, by the way, I do support the idea of a performing arts center, very much so, and I support the comments by Hope Sullivan and the last two gentlemen regarding conservation easements. Those are important. How might we increase our emergency preparedness for such events as wildfires? Well, one thing to do would be to provide funding for fuels reduction in the wildlands-urban interface. Then just looking through all the things that are mentioned here, there's a theme, there's a pattern. Increasing traffic congestion, preserving valuable open space, incentivize open space, proactively managing growth and development, types of development at the right locations, sustainable growth, connecting to existing public infrastructure, desire to preserve natural beauty and rural character through responsible growth, concerns about environmental impacts such as changes in water levels and the threat of natural disasters, open space preservation, securing conservation easements as defined in code and NRS. As far as the report, the Insights report on the current direction of the county overall, concerns about too many houses being built. These are the first things mentioned. Infrastructure not keeping up with growth, traffic congestion due to growth, loss of open space and farmland, negative impact of the small town feel, lack of planning for infrastructure in the area, concerns about water safety, water resources, safety concerns due to inadequate infrastructure, concerns about losing the rural small town character. Those are the things that come back time and time again and have for the last 25 years. You should pay attention to it and follow the letter and intent of the plan.
Good afternoon. Dave Brady for the record. Some of you know that over the years I've been pounding the table with my shoe for this county to review and update its strategic plan. And I applaud the fact that we're here today having that conversation, and I want to thank Jennifer Davidson and her staff for getting us where we are today. With the advent of election season, we continually hear the mantra, retain our rural character, over and over and over again. And the question becomes, how do we make that happen? I think one of the simplest ways that we can do that is by building and maintaining a first-class fairgrounds. I think that would create not only the rural character that we desperately want, but at the same time create an economic driver that we've seen already has some tremendous results with the last 3 years of the Douglas County Rodeo having come to town. Can we do it? I believe that we can. We built a first-class community center, thanks to Scott Morgan and his staff and the Board of Commissioners. You know, I hate to think that we live in the shadows of the Fallon Fairgrounds. I think we're better than that. And I think that this is an opportunity for this board to take hold of an opportunity, and it may not happen overnight. Yeah, it's going to take time, maybe 3 to 5 years. But at the same time, start with baby steps. It reminds me of that movie, What About Bob? Baby steps. You know, let's start by expanding seating capacity for this next year. I think that would be a great start. And take advantage of the staff that you have, in particular Scott Morgan, and use his talents and expertise that he applied to the community center and apply that to the fairgrounds. Yeah, there is that saying, if you build it, they will come. And I think that's definitely the case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Gibson. I'd like to start with a quote that says, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." That was R. Buckminster Fuller. For the last 3 years, we've been providing to this board and the general public a monumental effort to deliver a new operating system. The only one who's acknowledged that was Tarkanian, not that it was much of an acknowledgement. The discovery of the law of time makes conscious what's unconscious, which is why they won't endorse the 13-month natural law harmonic standard. They would rather build upon a manifest error, which is essentially leading us down the same road that we've been down for the last 4 years. Although it's an impressive body of work, let's be reminded that there were 3 public meetings. The only one that was really effective was the first one, where we actually sat down and there was representation by the public and by many of our professional public servants, and that was the most meaningful session we had. The following 2 sessions weren't even staffed by anybody that I could recognize from the Jalic institution, especially from law enforcement, who gets the lion's share of our resources. They had no suggestions or ideas whatsoever after the first meeting. All we see here is we want to support law enforcement and bigger and better jails and more money towards outfitting law enforcement, when really it begins with the effective communication and the outreach, which was identified here, which they claim they want to do a better job with, but at the same time, they want less social media to tighten the information distribution of their criminal enterprises. They take down our public community bulletin boards here at the historic courthouse so we can't exchange information or business cards. They remove the Zoom utility so people have to travel over the mountain during winter days, and they restrict our comments on that YouTube channel as well. They restrict the Zoom comments as well. So they say one thing and they're doing another persistently, and we don't have much confidence based upon the lack of participation with our public servants. No social services were represented. Nobody from the Jalic Institute. The judges weren't there. Law enforcement wasn't there. All these people who get the lion's share of our resources don't have a vision for Douglas County?
Any further public comment?
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Dan Mervis, a resident of East Valley. And I wanted to follow up on a couple things people had said about protection of rural character and protection of open space. Before I get to that, we're here to talk about a strategic document today. And a lot of people think, this is nothing, it's just words on paper. But it really is something. And I've seen it in government, I've seen it in the corporate world, where you start with, what's our mission statement? And believe it or not, I've seen it in the corporate world, where people are trying to think of, what do we do here? Do we service this customer? Do we do it this way? And they do go back to the mission statement. They'll say, hey, wait a minute, we're about innovation, or wait a minute, we're about privacy above all. And so these things do affect the kind of workaday decisions that happen later on. So that's why I think this is important, because people do refer back to it. So, as it goes to preserving rural character, what could be more rural than open space? And as it goes to protecting open space and continuing the intended use of properties and land that were set aside to never be developed and never made into a public works project, this board, this governing body, has the duty of enforcement. And that's what's interesting about local government. You are developers and people are supposed to progress the community, But at the same time, you're also an enforcement organization. And what's really strange is that you have to enforce yourselves. So you have to weigh a public works project versus what was put into place by the same government, by the same body, for land to be conserved, to never be developed. So I would like to see language in this document that not only leaves it open for open spaces to maybe be developed, but there are statements about acquiring lands in East Valley for flood control, or preserving or securing. And it's like, well, what does this mean? Does it mean securing it to keep it open? Hey, I vote for that. If it means securing it for public works projects, then I don't think that's to the mission of preserving rural character. And if anyone hasn't spoken, agrees with me, raise your hand. Good, I'm with you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
What was that? Save the big guns for last. No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Moss, Minden resident. I have provided comments to you as part of the packet, but I don't see that staff has responded to those questions that I posed in my comments, and I'd like to go over them very quickly. The first one is Managed Stormwater Transfer Development Right Program. It says to partner with landowners to incentivize conservation and solve stormwater problems. So we're talking about the TDR program. The TDR program already incentivizes landowners. It gives them density bonus units when they set aside floodplain areas. So the question is are you going to look at changes to Title 20? And I'd like that to be explained in the insights. Is that an action to be taken in order to make that an initiative work? Also, regarding that, are we going to look at working with landowners that have already set aside conservation easements as part of the TDR program and try to use those areas for flood control? If you are, I think you're gutting the whole TDR program. That's not how the TDR program is set up. The growth management element is not set up that way. And those areas are to be kept in agriculture use, period. If you want to look at expanding that, then you'll need to look at changing the code and changing the master plan. The other item is open space preservation. It talks about securing conservation easements. Those are two separate items. Open space preservation is not the same as a conservation easement. Conservation easements may be different. There may be limits. There may be areas that you're allowed to build within a conservation easement for certain purposes, but it's very limited. So I'd like to know if securing means purchasing. If you're going to purchase, then are we going to use taxpayer money to purchase new conservation easements, or are we going to look at existing conservation easements, which you've already done that, look at existing ones and say, oh, we're going to use them for flood control or for other open space preservation. And the third item is to say, identify opportunities for open space conservation. Again, that's one separate policy, and flood control projects are another policy. You cannot put the two together. Because if you look at all the conservation easements that have been set up in the county, they're not typically for public use. They're for private use. They're for the landowner and for the benefit of whatever that use was before the conservation easement was recorded. So you need to clearly take a look at that and call that out in the strategic plan. What are we dealing with? Conserving or flood control projects, just as the prior speaker had mentioned. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Dr. Catherine Dodge, and I'm the current president of Douglas Animal Welfare Group. Do I need to speak up? You look like you're leaning in. Okay, thank you. I'll start over. My name's Dr. Catherine Dodge. I'm a current president of Douglas Animal Welfare Group, better known to most of you as DOG. I'm here this afternoon on their behalf to ask that you keep the Animal Services Facility in the community-wide extended services portion of the strategic plan. Quite a mouthful. Let me begin by saying I like the approach used in the strategic plan. It is quite useful. However, when I reviewed the strategic plan, I found the Animal Services facility, the shelter, was not mentioned. I appreciate it being included in the present draft and ask that you keep it in the final version. Now for some background. The shelter was built in the 1990s. Douglas County's population has more than doubled since then, and so have the number of pets. Based on my research and calculations, there were approximately 7,000 pets in the early 90s, and now there are approximately 14,000. Further, it's my understanding that most improvements that have been made to the shelter since the inception have been funded by DOG, a donation-funded, volunteer-run nonprofit group. This includes the present temporary cat facility that was provided by DOG and installed by the county in 2012. DOG and Shelter Management agree that this temporary facility has outlived its usefulness. It's too small. It's sinking. It houses only 6 cats at a time. It's currently full. And it has no running water. It was temporary in 2012. Additionally, cats and kittens that must be quarantined at the shelter are kept in a small kennel amongst the dogs. Many people don't bring their kittens to the shelter because they don't want their kittens to experience this traumatic thing. You can imagine being a kitten surrounded by barking dogs. The proposed facility would resolve this by providing a safer and less traumatic quarantine space for the cats and kittens and providing additional space for cats that need shelter. So it makes sense that Animal Services would propose replacing this facility as its strategic goal, and I'm here as DOG president to ask you to support that goal. It's an identifiable, achievable goal within the next 5 years. I'd argue it's integral to Douglas County residents' quality of life, and research shows that nationally 66% of households have pets. So you have quite a few voters out there with pets. Finally, the shelter has been saving up donations to help fund this cat facility. We would ask that when they come forward asking your approval to use these funds for this purpose, you approve their request. There are DOG members and members of the public in the audience that would like to demonstrate their support for this request by standing now. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
My name is Mel Hogan. I live on Maverick Trail, and my property is right next to the easement there for Grandview Estates. We bought the property, closed escrow January of '97, and we moved into our new home on December of 1998. So we've lived there a long time. It's been a beautiful area to live in. Having the open space area out there and the wild horses and everything that goes on, it's just been great. And to think that it's proposed to build a giant hole, which would be next to my house. I share a 600-foot property line with that area, and have a rock crusher operating out there for 5 years. It's just really depressing to think that that could happen. And I think it's wrong. And I think there are better places to put flood control, not next to the Grandview Estates, which is probably a $150 to $200 million development. Beautiful homes in there. And to do that just is terribly wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the board.
I just had a couple of things real quick, if you don't mind. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I guess it's called point of personal privilege. Could we take maybe a break until 2:45 to use the restroom and facilities? And then come back and do this? Huh?
Oh, I don't know. I like seeing you suffer. We will be taking a 10-minute break.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, if we'll all take our seats, we'll get started again. Okay, since the public comment is closed, I'll bring it back to the board. Can we have order, please? Thank you. And Mr. Tarkanian.
Okay, just two quick things. First of all, most of the comments made today were dealing with the gravel pit and possible water basin near the Grandview Estates. And it's my understanding that's not on the table, and the county's not looking at it, although as they said, they did a study that this would be a good location for it. That's not on the table at this time, and I don't think that's of the major concern for us, and we spent most of our time today talking about that. Second thing is, I was the one who asked county staff to meet with the people from the dogs group from the animal shelter, recommended that they put something in the strategic plan concerning that. I've been very involved with the animal shelter since I've been on the county commission here. I don't know anybody who's against helping helpless dogs and animals and taking care of them, and I don't think it's a minor thing that should be excluded from the strategic plan. I think it's something that should be a part of it. I don't see a benefit in taking it out. That's my only two comments.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Hales.
Still we're in preface, but I didn't speak to open space. And I have to say, the best way to keep open space is for the county to buy conservation easements. And everyone, we know from our insights report that a unanimous feeling is we want to stay rural, we want to keep our farms, we want to keep our open space. I think we need to be honest with the public. We need to be honest with our residents. The best way to do that, really the only surefire way to do that, is for the purchase of conservation easements to prevent any development on that land. And if this commission, this Board of Commissioners cannot guarantee that farms will stay rural, we can't, because there are property rights. Everyone gets to build one house per 19 acres, at least, or more. And we can't promise open space. We can do our best, and we'll continue to try, and everyone on this board cares about open space. But I think to be honest and to be the best leaders that we can, we need to tell the public, if you want open space, guaranteed, you will support measures to purchase conservation easements. Thanks.
All right. Any further comments from the board at this time? Seeing none. County Manager, I understand that we have some staff here that would like to make some presentations.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I did ask department heads to show up in the audience today in case you had specific objectives or goals you wanted to speak to staff about. I do have representatives here, and they are available to speak to those particular items. I did think I heard a desire by at least one member of the commission to look at this document in a page by page, just to make sure that we have in fact captured what it is the board desires to capture. And at this point, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I am prepared to do that. Or if a member of the commission does have a specific question for staff in the audience, we can make staff available.
All right, once again, bring it back to the board. Commissioner Gardner.
Yes, and I like the idea of basically starting with our mission statement and going through this. Is this a time when we would be wordsmithing this document a little bit also? Okay, so I think that would be a good idea. So maybe if we could start right there at our mission statement and then move on to.
I have something before that.
Huh?
I have something before that.
Okay, well, and I just wanted to piggyback on what we said about open space, And we need to recognize, and I would agree with you, we need to recognize that that is but one of the tools that we would have available to us. Okay, there's a number of tools that we would have available, but that is one of the tools that the community needs to see if that's something that they want to buy into. So, yeah.
So on this page, I read public comment that said Baker Hughes, it should be Baker Hughes and not a GE company following that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson for the record. If it looks like I'm flipping between, I have a Word version of this document open on my desktop here. I'm pulling the pages from the strategic plan for your reading reference. I'm trying to type while you're talking, so that's the reason for my divided attention.
I'm ready to move to mission.
So those following along, we're on packet page 219.
Shall I jump in on my thoughts on this page? On the mission, I would suggest we delete essential and so that it reads Douglas County provides cost-effective public services and goes on from there. And the reason I would delete essential is you could argue that a lot of things are not essential. Is animal control essential? What is essential? I'd say just get rid of essential and.
It's a subjective word.
Pardon?
Essential is a subjective word.
Yes.
We can determine what that is.
Yeah. So it reads, Douglas County provides cost-effective public services and goes on from there.
Same could be applied to cost effective.
Yeah, could be. My other thought on this page is with respect there at the end where it says, we will treat all citizens, employees, and visitors with respect. I would add each other. So it reads, we will treat each other and all citizens, employees, and visitors with respect.
I would assume that that's exactly what we are doing, and once again, that's subjective. We're respectful of each other unless, so we don't want to go there. So I concur with her phraseology.
This is a community document, not a document of us.
Are you got your mic on?
I don't know that we need
Mike?
to have that word in respect each other.
You don't have your mic on. They can't hear you.
I don't know that we can all five have our on, so at the same time. But yeah, you follow what I'm suggesting?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, who is we?
It's a good question, too.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. This section of the strategic plan is intended to be the core values section. The characteristics and behaviors that we as an organization are communicating to others are the most important values for this organization. I would highlight for the commission, respect would be a new value moving forward. Every employee in this organization is evaluated on these values. And so moving forward, respect would be a new one that we plan to evaluate our employees. In terms of a best practice for an organization, because I recently completed my master's degree in this, I would say that typically leadership adopts values that they would intend to hold themselves accountable to as well. and that would include elected officials in this instance. So you mentioned this is a community document. This section of this community document is specific to our organization values and beliefs.
Having heard that, I think "we" is a perfectly acceptable word to begin this phrase with.
And I would suggest that if we are not included within the group of citizens or employees, then maybe we should say something about each other. But I don't think the each other is needed.
Perhaps to be effective, we do a thumbs up, thumbs down, or something so that we know which changes we're all agreeing on, so we don't have to go back and vote on every single one.
Okay, how many thumbs up do we have? We will treat all citizens, employees, and visitors with respect. You don't want to treat us.
I want to include each other. I want the notion that this board and the employees are treating each other with respect. I would like to, I don't think that's included.
You know, I could get myself in a lot of trouble here. And my wife may be watching this, so I'm going to leave that comment out. So, okay. Moving on.
On this page, page 220 or 5 of the plan, on the last paragraph, I would say on the first line, the strategic planning process has allowed the county to work directly with the community to identify the strength. I don't know, it seems to me that should be with community members, but that might be picky.
How about our community?
If we can move forward, I'll go with either one of them. Whichever you guys want. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're doing a thumbs up, down?
Okay, would that be with our community, the community, this community?
Community members, whatever you guys want.
Our community's fine.
Our community is fine. Everybody okay with that? All right. Mr. Hales.
On this page, I have suggestions on the last 2 bullets. This is page 221. Second to last, what must we do to retain, develop, and attract remarkable staff to, and I would insert, establish excellence in serving our county, or maintain excellence, because I don't want to imply that we don't already, but to maintain excellence in serving our county. This was from a public comment, and I like the notion of having excellent service.
Any other comments on that one? All right, we got a bunch of thumbs.
The next is how might we provide timely and transparent communications to the public? To me, we need more there. It might be timely and transparent, but our communication might not be meaningful or engaging. And I think it's important that we do a better job of telling our story and educating our public. And so I would write, how might we provide meaningful, engaging, transparent communications to the public?
Any comments? Any thumbs?
Well, I'd like to wordsmith that just a little.
All right.
So I have a different little bit of wording for that, if you don't mind. How might we provide timely, meaningful, and engaging and transparent communications to the public? Just a little bit different wording.
It's good. It's good. I mean, I don't know that we need transparent, because if it's a communication, it's probably transparent, but I like all 4 adjectives.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Just let me know.
Okay.
Is this any way to run an airline? Okay.
Oh, my God, don't go there. I mean, the airlines are not running
Yeah,
real well
listen,
right now.
as long as the panel doesn't fall off, I guess we're good.
On page 222 or page 7 of the plan, on weaknesses, the fourth bullet, lack of input on management of federal lands. I wanted to change this to influence because we've had plenty of input on certain matters, but it feels like we haven't had a lot of influence.
First one, I strongly got a thumb up for. It's a good one.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Moving right along.
I have one before we go on to the next page.
Yes, sir.
And that is, I participated in the Nevada Association of Counties is going by, around the state doing health assessments in every county. We were the test project for that. That happened a few months ago. And I was absolutely blown away by the amount of health services that we have available in our county and are going to have with the expansion of Carson Valley Health and Barton. So it's identified as a weakness, and I would say that the weakness is not necessarily in the broad spectrum health services that we have available, but rather than our ability to communicate to the public exactly what broad spectrum health services we have. And so, it's communicating to the public what we have available, not that we don't have them available. So I don't know how I want to word.
How would you change the wording?
Lack of community awareness. I guess lack of community awareness of the broad spectrum health services we have available.
Sure.
You all concur?
Lack of communication of broad-spectrum health services.
However you want to word it, but, yeah. Okay. Good.
I'm glad we're not in Australia because that has a different meaning in Australia.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go there.
All right, sir.
And also, we have their weaknesses. We have stated on that number 3 thing, competitive wages for county employees. I'm not sure that that's a weakness at this point in time. I think we addressed that, did we not?
I think we addressed that, and I believe that we are now at least competitive with the surrounding areas. So I think that we can remove that one from the list of weaknesses.
I'd like to hear, we have our human resources manager here, and Ms. Davidson, one of the two of you, if you'd like to chime in on that. Yeah, no, I do, but I just want to make sure that if we take this out, what
Thanks, sorry. Thank you very much, members of the commission. Wendy Lang, Director of Human Resources. For the record, I think that one of the reasons you see this here is based on my participation in facilitating these conversations. This information, a lot of it was gathered, as Ms. Davidson said, back in August, and we've since taken a lot of action. You all have taken a lot of action as a county commission. I appreciate this being here. I think it is an ongoing thing that will need to be evaluated and considered and is important to the future of the organization as the landscape changes and the economics change. As Douglas County took action, surrounding counties will take action. Benefits and costs will ebb and flow as trends change in the field. So wherever you think it's appropriate to document, but I do think it's both a strength and a weakness in some cases.
Okay, could we add the word then, maintaining competitive wages for county employees?
I think that would be great.
That would be a plus.
Okay. No, it's certainly a weakness we have to identify and make sure that we maintain.
I thought the lady up front here said that we got it in hand now.
It's really more of a challenge than a weakness, but I don't know where to put that.
Strengths and challenges, and then we have strengths and weaknesses down below. So maybe we need to change that name from weaknesses to challenges as the title of that area.
You mean on the dark bar there?
On the top part, yeah, in the dark blue.
Instead of saying
Instead of
strengths and
weaknesses,
weaknesses,
if we were to
strengths.
put challenges?
Thumbs up.
Yeah, okay. And that'll resolve that issue.
All right. Thank you,
Ms. Lang.
Ms. Lang.
Moving on to page 224 of the packet. Oh, wait, page 8. Whoa, of course I have changes on 8. Okay, page 8, sorry about that. So page 224 of the packet. Under scenic beauty, we talk about Lake Tahoe, alpine escapes, and outdoor recreation opportunities. Sierra Nevada mountains. Let's also include Pine Nuts, Rangeland, Topaz Lake as being part of our scenic beauty.
I will second that.
And thank you to
Oh,
Hope
boy,
Sullivan
don't
for
get
that
into that discussion
suggestion.
today.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I got lost in the sauce for a second. I was on packet page 224. It's actually packet page 223.
Yeah, sorry, I misled there for a minute.
No worries. Commissioner Hills, do you mind just repeating the language you would like added?
Under scenic beauty, I would like to insert Pine Nuts, Rangeland, and Topaz Lake, or wording similar to that includes East Valley and, that sort of thing.
We have a tremendous amount of outdoor recreational opportunities in the East Valley, not only from the fairgrounds, but also the Wild Horse Association and the wild horses that exist out there, all the recreational off-highway vehicle recreation, and Topaz Lake, of course.
Yes,
So I agree. Yeah.
Let's insert off-road vehicles there on outdoor recreation hub. Maybe that'd be a good place to put rodeo too. Hot Springs. We're just awesome.
The land of everything.
Okay. Good on that page? Okay. The next page, and this could apply also to both page 223 and 224. The titles at the top, threats, headwinds, trends, tailwinds, it kind of works for threats and headwinds, but it does not at all work for trends or tailwinds. Nobody knows what that means. And a trend or tailwind is a good thing. A tailwind is like you get to your destination faster when you're flying. But some of these these are actually challenges and sort of kind of weaknesses on page 224 in this column. So this label doesn't make sense whatsoever. In my opinion, the community is craving stronger communication from the county, more meaningful, as we've already talked about. And so I would like to ask our county manager to rework the wording of these columns to more accurately reflect that both stabilized leadership and community communications are really things that need improving.
Now, forgive me, being a former air crewman, I would know well what a headwind and a tailwind is. And I think that the headwinds are positives, or correction, negatives, and the trends and tailwinds are positives. Now, if they need to be switched in the column, I don't know.
I just think these 2 pages need to be reworked.
I think we have consensus on that, so let's move on. Our vision, I believe, is 225? Or are you still?
I don't have anything else until page 227.
Does anybody else have anything? Then we'll go to 227.
This is short. I just would like KPIs to be written out because some people won't know what that means. Page 227, or page 12 of the plan. 220, it might be on both pages, but it's on 227.
And what is it that you want to change?
The acronym KPI to be written out as key performance indicators. Everyone live with that? Yeah. Okay. Next page. On the first bullet, what success will look like. The second sentence, we encourage responsible development. I would like to change that to we expect responsible development as set forth in our master plan and county code in appropriate areas while protecting open space, right? So in other words, I would change encourage to expect, and I would add after responsible development as set forth in the master plan and county code. Set that off with commas. And then it would go on and continue in appropriate areas while protecting open spaces.
Any comments? Any heartburn?
Everybody okay?
I don't see any thumbs. Do we have an ink pad that we can?
Speak up or we're moving on and we'll assume it's okay. Okay, it's okay. Okay. The last bullet there, Douglas County offers diverse housing options for all residents. Well, consistent with Commissioner Gardner's previous statement, the county isn't responsible to provide housing. So I would change the word offers.
How about encourages?
Yeah, I like encourages.
Encourages. We would certainly like to encourage the developers to do that, but there's no method for us to control it.
Or incentivizes, or
I don't like the word incentivize because that has so many subjective.
so many, right.
Yeah.
I like encourages, or
Okay.
will work towards, I don't know, but I can live with encourages.
Well, this sort of looks like to me, excuse me, a newcomer coming into the county would say, Douglas County offers diverse housing options for all residents. That's be an encouragement to get somebody in here if we wanted them in here. But I don't know, I failed sophomore English.
Are you good with encourages? Okay, encourages.
All right, let's move on.
Page 229 or page 14 of the plan. The second paragraph talks about updates. I would like to have updates. It doesn't specify what the updates are in that paragraph. I think that was just simply an oversight, so I would like that to be clarified.
I'm sorry, where is that?
Oh, the second full paragraph, that look halfway down. Furthermore, the updates are essential to ensure that the county's infrastructure, and goes on from there. It doesn't say what those updates are.
Yeah.
Are you 228 or 229?
229, page 14 of the plan.
Yeah, in the middle of that
The
second
the paragraph starts, the county recognizes the importance, blah, blah, blah. Good?
How would you change that?
Well, I don't know what it's talking about.
Mr. Chairman, I can help. Jennifer
Please.
Davidson, County Manager for the record. I believe on strategy in this section was referring to the updates in this section of the strategic plan or under this strategic objective are essential. So either way, we could either say the updates in the update to the strategic plan, the updates to this objective, the updates here contemplated herein. Okay. Okay.
Love it. Okay.
Too many lawyers.
Still 3 under strategic objectives, I would like, again, reference to the master plan. Proactively manage growth and direct development as set forth in the master plan.
Ms. Jennifer, is that mentioned early on in this document? The master plan and Title 20?
Yes, Commissioner Noah Jennifer Davidson for the record. Both the master plan and Title 20 are referenced in the objectives and goals of this portion of the document, I believe, a
Thank
little
you.
bit later.
Moving on. At the bottom of that page, we will, the third bullet under principles guiding our growth, we will identify the right types of development in the right locations. Then it says focus equals mixed use. I think that's just a typo. Everyone okay if county manager fixes that?
Well, I had that checked off myself, and I don't like the whole paragraph there. I don't know that I like the whole paragraph. We will identify the right types of development in the right direction, locations. I don't know that we have that right, and I don't know how we go about doing that. The developers themselves have the right to determine what they want to build, where they want to build it, as long as it's zoned correctly. And so for us to direct that, if the development doesn't meet the findings, then we can deny them at that time. But that's all I'm saying. I'm troubled by that whole, focus mixed use of appropriate housing types to meet the needs of the community. I don't know that we can tell the developer what type of housing they have to build, and in receiving areas. I think we're going to need to take a look at what our abilities are in regards to the receiving areas as we review the master plan later on next year. So I question that whole paragraph. I had it checked off too.
Okay.
So
I
was
would
glad you
suggest-
went there, because I was going to go there otherwise.
I would suggest that the right types of development in the right places, we determine that through the master plan and Title 20. And if the developer wants us to change either one, pick a finger.
I thought we were doing.
I'm tired of going down the same path every dadgum time I turn around because the developer wants this, that, and the other thing.
I actually like leaving it in. I think it's supporting what you just said. It's let's fine tune and make sure we have the right designations in the right areas.
Just add pursuant to what you said, the master plan or zoning in the master plan, and then to satisfy us both.
We will, yes.
I'm trying to mediate you two.
And if we do that, we also mention the master plan in Title 20 previously in this document.
All right, thumbs up to what Danny said. Are we good with
Moving
that?
on.
Okay, we're good with that. Next bullet. It says currently new growth is encouraged to be sustainable and connect to existing public infrastructure. I want to strengthen that word and say new growth is expected to be sustainable and connect. It's a little bit stronger word.
Don't get me started on infrastructure because I think the developer should pay for it if he needs it.
We're on page 230 or 15 of the plan. Number 2 says roads, traffic, and transportation. Build roads and infrastructure for residents to ease traffic for commuters and allow safe transportation to destinations in the county. Well, I kind of laughed at commuters because I don't think of commuters as living here. So I kind of, in my opinion, I would make 2 changes here. I would take out for commuters.
If you don't think there's commuters in here, go out on Highway 95 at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, okay, well, I can leave it. My other one, though, was allow safe transportation. I would like to say allow safe and efficient transportation.
And I would like to add a word there. And I think it needs to say, allow safe transportation to all destinations in the county. Just adding the word all,
Does that include Iggy's?
including Iggy's.
Okay,
Best
so-
hamburgers in town. You kidding me? Yes, of course it includes Iggy's.
Allow safe and efficient transportation to all destinations in the county. Thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Good. Good.
So I have another one before you go. Past that. Item number 6, business and economic development. Revitalize existing business districts and encourage new economic vitality by making Douglas County more business friendly. I'm wondering if that is a subjective term, that you know, the more business friendly. I think we do have a friendly business community, so more business friendly. You know, that's all I'm questioning. I'm wordsmithing here. Yeah. So I'm just.
My sense is that some businesses, particularly new businesses, feel like, although the community may be friendly to them, getting established includes regulations that are not friendly to them. I think that might be what this is referring.
I just raised it as a question. I didn't say we needed to change it.
Okay, moving on. I would like on page 231, the very last sentence on the bottom of the right column, number 4, enhance transit services. It says expand transit services in the valley and at the lake, and I would like to add right there, and between.
I would propose rather than enhance transit services, expand transit services.
I think it says expand. Oh, I
got the
see.
bold type.
I see. It says enhance in the title, in the bold, and then it says expand.
So, and I have a question about that, if you don't mind, and I don't know who might have the answer to this, and I had a check mark by that also, enhance transit services, where it says expand transit services in the valley and at the lake. And somehow we need to get in an interconnectivity between those two bodies. And I know that we set aside money out of the TOT, and we talked about that in our earlier subject today. No, I don't want to talk more about it. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, though. But we do collect TOT tax, and it says that it's 1%, and maybe Mr. Morgan might have this answer, because he's the guy on this one in TOT. He's the guru at TOT. We're setting aside 1% of the 14% of TOT tax that has to go to road projects and transportation in the Lake Tahoe corridor, township, right? And the question I have is, if we wanted to expand connectivity between the valley and the lake, could some of that money be devoted to providing that transportation from a transportation hub, so to speak, whether it be the community center or even the park and ride area of Kingsbury? Could some of that be used for that connectivity between those two?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. The short answer is a strong possibility, yes. Right now, we use ski club money out of that fund to take people from the valley into the basin. So as long as there's a nexus to the basin, there's a possibility. And we only have up to half of that 1 cent available, because we have by resolution to fund the microtransit up to 1/2 of that 1 cent. So the other half of that is discretionary for the board, or less than the 1/2 based on your ability to fund that resolution.
Or we have the microtransit come down and get them and use it, and they expand there, huh?
Well, it has to then go back to the lake. There has to be some nexus to providing transit service to the lake.
I mean, obviously, the advantage there is to get employees that are housed here on the valley floor to their jobs at the lake. I
Right,
know
and
that
now,
we
so
have
we've
another
encouraged the 19X, which is the route that comes up and down the mountain from Bluego or the Tahoe Transportation District. And that, they are not utilizing any of those funds. They are using their federal funds for that, to supply that need. And so that is something we have fought hard for them to get the funding from the Nevada Department of Transportation to sustain those services.
Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. Every time I come off of the hill, I see a bus going that way or coming back down this way. It seems to me that we already have the connectivity. It's just, are we talking more frequent service? Because it seems to me that we already have the buses that go up and down the hill to bring people from the park and ride at the bottom of Kingsbury. You know, am I incorrect in my assessment?
You are correct. Sorry, Scott
Then
Morgan, Assistant
perhaps
County
more-
Manager. They do provide that service on a minimum 7 days a week, at least 4 times a day that route runs. And we are not hearing additional demands for additional routes. I think they've settled into providing shift work, so their routes coincide with the casino court shifts, so people can get to work and then come home on their shift. So there are early morning and even late service rides that assist. And on snowy days, they max out that route at times.
Okay. So perhaps maybe just better communications to our public that those services are available would be appropriate.
Correct. What we hear for transit needs are expansion of the microtransit within the Tahoe Basin neighborhood alone, because they don't have a dial-a-ride service for our Tahoe residents, other than what DART provides for our senior and disabled transportation. We're meeting that need in the basin. But what we do here is that microtransit expansion, we think there'd be a plus to that. And then, of course, South County, we think there's a real transit need that we keep trying to solve with our annual budget.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention, under roads and traffic and transportation, interconnectivity, a walkable community, and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian has really been focused on getting the walkability or at least bike riding processes or other abilities to get from the ranchos into the community center. So I know that we're working towards that. The thing I wanted to go back up to, Commissioner Hales, was the responsible growth and bullet point number 4 under draft initiatives. How will we do it? Under 4, it says housing needs assessment. I'm concerned about the word that last line, identify appropriate locations and incentivize workforce housing. The incentivize word really troubles me.
Could we say address?
Perhaps address would be a better word. I just, when you say incentivize, that's indicating that somehow this board is going to figure out a method of financially subsidizing it. And I know that that's not necessarily the focus of this board. So
Address
so what was your
wouldn't
word
rule
again?
that. If we use the word address workforce housing, it wouldn't require money, but it wouldn't rule it out. It would just allow us to look at it.
Well, even encourage workforce housing would be an appropriate word.
Encourage?
Encourage?
Encourage.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, words do have meanings, right? So,
Going back, I'm sorry. So good, we're all good on that, but I didn't feel concluded on enhanced transit services, that last one. So are those 4 trips up and down Kingsbury solely for casino employees?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. No, they are not. They are recreational transit. They are transit from Tahoe residents that take place in our special needs programming at the community center. There are a variety of transit needs that, because I see that every day, or used to see that every day, dropping off at the community center, which is a stop along with the park and ride, a stop in the ranchos, and then one in town, that there are a variety of users. And only the park and ride typically are the casino workers or employment or other workers, but the rest of them are going into Carson. Then it's convoluted. But if you want to, you can get from South Shore all the way to Reno if you want to spend a day in transit, hooking up with the Reno Transit Authority in Carson. There is a bus that goes into Carson, so it is a coordinated system. That certainly could use enhancement, but for the value and the money, it is performing.
However, we cannot get from Topaz Lake to Lake Tahoe through public transportation.
That is correct. Alpine County,
Something
you
we're
can,
working on, right?
If you coordinate with Alpine County, because Alpine County does have a route, as well as Mono County, that comes in for shopping needs. And if they drop at the community center, you can get to Reno or Tahoe. But we are, in this fiscal year, actually planning for some additional staff if the supplemental requests go through, to actually have county-paid staff provide an expanded service in South County. And that expansion really looks like a daily congregate meal pickup, when we are providing meals down there within the neighborhood, and then 2 days a week where we have, on those days we're not providing congregate meal service down at Topaz Ranch Estates, rides into town for shopping, medical appointments, or to the senior center for social or nutrition activities.
Thank you.
How about if we just said expand transit services, period, promote transit trail interconnectivity?
Okay?
Is that all
Everybody
right?
good with that?
Okay.
All right.
My next is 234. Do you have some on 233? 232?
Some things I wanted to point out, really. Under financial sustainability, cost recovery, where possible, set fees to recover costs for services. I believe we're doing we're constantly monitoring that, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Dallaire? Is that, especially for community development? Hmm? No, I'm not suggesting. I just want to make sure that we work, that's a process that we're
For the
constantly
permitting
monitoring.
fees?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We are working on that. We'll have
Yeah.
a proposal to you probably within the next month.
Thank you. And then we, under water and sewer down there, under item number 2, on the far column, item number 2, USGS water report and USGS nitrate report. I know that we contracted for these back in February of 2021, and I'm wondering where the progress is on that.
Phil Ritker, Director of Public Works, for the record. Yeah, those reports are still in process, and we're anticipating a finalized report. We got some interim reports, but finalized reports on those in the spring of 2025.
Okay, thank you. And I'm really, under business and economic development, I'm really excited about, and I know something our business community has been looking for, as we have people come into our community and want to open a business, is that creation of an enhanced customer service creative business toolkit for new businesses and streamlined permitting processes. I know that our community, our business community, is certainly looking forward to that. So I just wanted to, not doing any wordsmithing there, I just wanted to point those things out, that it's important to have in the strategic plan so that our business community understands it.
Okay, for me, the next is page 18, which I think is 233. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Then what success will look like, I would like to add, and I would leave it to the county manager to figure out where, but add rivers, lakes, high deserts, maybe add wildlife to that, because all of those are are important, not just ranches, farms. Is everyone thumbs up on that? Okay. Then I would go to the next page, 234.
Now, so while we're here, and I know that County Manager Jennifer Davidson and myself met with Chairman Smokey of the Washoe Tribe. Have we somehow put that process in, especially in this natural beauty and rural character and preserving the heritage through relationship building? Is that what we're referring to there, Ms. Davidson?
That was weird. The microphone started flashing at me. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson. Yes, sir, in part we are referring to relationship building with the Washoe Tribe and other entities who promote culture and heritage.
Should we perhaps put that language in there? Of the entities that we're taking a look at trying to build a better relationship with? In other words, specificity?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to add language if the specific language you want. We originally had the Washoe Tribe listed here, and we're open to putting it back. It was brought to my attention that there are other historic societies, culture heritage associations that happen in Douglas County, and so calling out one over others was where I thought I might be walking on thin ice, and the reason for the general language. But I can understand and appreciate your desire to see more specificity here, so I'm open, I guess, whatever language you want to propose.
Mr. Chairman. I would think that what we see here under, like, for instance, strategic shifts. What will we shift or do differently to achieve the goal, and then list the goals. That detail that we're digging into the weeds for right now belongs in those meetings. Now, how much more can we add to say respect and enforce limits on resources, infrastructure, land, water, and especially, et cetera? Leave it up to the people who are going to put the meat onto these bones.
Consensus?
I'm good with leaving it the way it is. I just hope that, it says down also in that, additionally, there's a shared concern that the county is losing its heritage and culture, and that is part of the culture, so, and heritage. So I don't want to overlook that process or possibility, so. But I'm fine if we don't need to get that specific. I'm good with that also. We can just move on.
All right.
On page 234, under open space preservation, I would like to include conservation easements and improved transfer of development rights. Under the first, number 1, under county goals overview, open space preservation.
I want, while we have a moment, can we go up one bullet point or one under strategic?
Let's finish
shifts?
this one first and then go
Huh?
back.
Oh, you want to go this first?
Are
and
you
then
guys
go back?
okay if we add conservation
Okay.
easements and improved TDRs?
Okay.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a thumbs up. Okay, where do you want to go?
I just wanted to point out that it does say under strategic shifts, how will we shift or do differently to achieve the goal? And it says, number 2, enhance relationships with the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California and community organizations. I think that's covered there, so that's good, without changing the other one. Okay, yeah.
On number 3, under county goals overviews, it says enhance access to federal lands and the Carson River through Douglas County River Parks. I would like to add and trails. Okay. Moving on to 235. Wait, 235, which is page 20 of the plan. We could include conservation easements under a bullet point under 2030 target. I would like to do that. Conservation easements are the best way to preserve.
Preserve heritage and culture.
No, under open space preservation. Add conservation easements there. Is everyone okay with that? All right, good. My next one is several pages later, believe it or not. Anyone have anything?
Let's go back to page 20 for just a second there, under protect access to federal lands, lakes, and rivers, and under draft 20, or page 235, lands bill, pass the Douglas County lands bill. Yes, we want it passed. I don't know that we have the ability to pass that, so I don't know how we would wordsmith that to.
Secure passage of?
Okay, yeah, okay. I know we're very focused on that right now, so. But this is not an action that we have the sole authority to do, of course, is pass it. So if we could, we would, right?
My next is on page 238 or page 23 of the plan. It's very minor. It seems like on 2 or 3 right in the middle of the page, it should be improve, present tense, not improved, and target, present tense, not targeted, to be consistent with the other verbs in that list. Yeah. Yeah.
And that's item number 2?
Yes.
You just want to strike the 2 letters ED?
Yeah. Yeah. Because all the other verbs in that list are present tense. It's minor, but let's make it. Let's make it. Then my next is page 239 or page 24 of the plan under communication. I would add the same adjectives, meaningful, and, oh, sorry. Okay, I'll be quiet. On page 24, at the top, number 7, communication. I would add meaningful and engaging. So reliable, transparent, meaningful, engaging, and accurate county information. Okay.
I would draw everybody's attention to the italics of "the," meaning just that the county is the source.
I like that.
So any further amplification of what it means.
Page 240 or 25 of the plan, on the bottom, public safety and judicial system. On the right, number 2, it says EOC complex. I would like to spell out EOC, what that means. I don't know what it means. Page 240.
Emergency Operating Center.
Number 2 at the very bottom, public safety.
What is the OSP? Is that emergency?
Operating center.
Operations complex, yes. Emergency operations complex, yes. I'm glad that we don't have disasters often enough in this community that we're so familiar with these acronyms.
My next one is page 2. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Let's go back, as long as we're cleaning up language, let's go back to the Justice Center on public facilities, item number 1. Complete construction and remodel of the Justice Center and the Judicial and Law Enforcement Center. Page 26 or page 26, page 241 in your packet under public facilities. Public facilities, Justice Center, complete construction and remodel of the Justice Center and the Judicial and Law Enforcement Center, 2 separate entities there, so.
Remodel out of the picture.
Well, okay, maybe we should say complete construction of the Justice Center and remodel of the Judicial and Law Enforcement Center, so that we understand that what we're doing there is building one new building and going to facilitate the remodel of the current Judicial and Law Enforcement Center to the full capacity of the sheriff, right? So, okay.
Just below that, I would like to add the same adjectives to communication. Anyone not okay with that? Oh, add engaging and meaningful so that we are very clear that we want what we want to do with communication. Whoa, the end is in sight.
If you see a light at the end of the tunnel, it's probably a train.
Do we need to, under that public facilities on page 26, do we also need to spell out what the CMAR is?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Page 29 or 244 of the packet is my next. Under indoor recreation, number 2, cultural and performing arts center, it says assess the need for and feasibility of a cultural and performing arts center. So I know right now we do have a feasibility study underway for the Copeland building. So it seems to me that we pretty much have already assessed the need for a performing arts center and feasibility is underway. So this is a very low goal because we've kind of already done it. So what if we said complete the feasibility study for and, if feasible, pursue a cultural and performing arts center?
I think that's good, and a reason I say that is that we are in the process of determining whether or not the Copeland building is the appropriate facility for that,
Yes.
or whether or not a totally new facility
Yes.
is something we want to pursue. So, yeah, okay.
Everyone okay with that language? All right, very good. My changes, except that I would really appreciate if we could take a short break so I can just review my notes to make sure I haven't missed anything big. And so anyone in the public who thinks we've missed something can come tell us.
I would second that motion.
5 or 10 minutes,
How about we come back at 4?
4 o'clock. We're in recess. All right, folks, the hour is 4 o'clock, and we will resume our meeting. Mrs. Davidson, have you received all the information you need from this board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, Douglas County Manager. During the break, I was approached by at least 2 commissioners who were approached by members of the public regarding some additional edits they would like the commission to consider. And so at this point, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would turn it back to the board for those 2 commissioners to raise the points they were hoping to make.
Thank you.
So this isn't a last-second thing, as Commissioner Gardner had thought this was. But this was brought up quite a while ago. I was approached by the dog organization concerning the animal shelter issue, and I had county staff discuss with them what would be good to put into the plan and what was not going to be good to be put in the plan. I assumed all that was taken care of. I had some communications with Mr. Morgan about it. I thought it was included in the plan, but it wasn't. So I'd like to ask Mr. Morgan if he can come up and just give his opinion of what he thinks is necessary to add into the strategic plan concerning the animal shelter. What? Yeah, it's not on it. It wasn't included.
We have to figure out where that's going to be integrated.
Okay, so there's a lot of confusion here, so I'll try to do it again. Look, I'm not familiar with how all these processes work. I thought, in fact, sometimes I get blamed for being too intrusive into the county's work, and sometimes now it looks like I'm not intrusive enough. I was approached concerning needs for the animal shelter. I directed those needs to county staff. County staff discussed it with them, and I think they came up with some ideas they thought was necessary, which Mr. Morgan will discuss now. I thought this was already included in the strategic plan, and we were going to discuss it today to see if we should adopt it or not. But my understanding is it was not from the county manager. You can't just put it in there. It has to be brought up during this meeting, and then you add it to the plan if it's adopted by the board or not. Is that correct, Ms. Davidson?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, yes, Jennifer Davidson for the record. We wanted to make sure that any changes or adjustments to the draft strategic plan came as a result of consensus building by this board. And I do apologize for the miscommunication.
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager, and County Manager Davidson is correct. As you all know, we went through a pretty painstaking process with several meetings, brainstorming sessions, workshops, and these items initially did not come up until approximately about a month ago in reviewing the document, and then they were brought up to the commissioners as well as staff. And so this is the appropriate time to do that rather than somebody just getting a hold of staff and going, yeah, that's a great idea. We're just going to inject it in the plan. So right now that process is to discuss it here, and then if there is a modification to the plan, under public facilities would be the place where this would probably most appropriately go as a county infrastructure need in Douglas County, and the needs that are identified outside of some programming issues that we continue to work with the community as well as our nonprofit dog in the community to better serve, whether it's feral cats or adoptions or how we adopt out animals or the modifications to Title VI of the Douglas County Code. We continue to work with them, but I think what they have brought up through this process is some facility needs in the county where this is most appropriately identified to enhance the current shelter. The shelter right now is over 40 years old, and it was designed for a population that was around 25,000 at the time. And so our current needs in the county have outstripped the resources, primarily kenneling of dogs and cats. And so it is somewhat maddening when you go down to the shelter and people surrender animals, or we have dogs coming into the shelter for adoption, and we are holding kennels open so that we can perform code provision of Title VI capturing animals at large, quarantining animals that may have bite for rabies. And so a certain number of kennels must be held open, and that takes away from those dogs that could be in the shelter for adoption. And so we're so lucky to have a group like DOG that fosters animals on the temporary basis, but we have exceeded their ability to do so. And one of the biggest needs we have is what they call the cat cottage, which was on a whim, an installation of a prefab portable, basically rental construction trailer that we ran some power to and put some chain link fence around it to temporarily house cats. For those that remember, we used to house cats inside the animal shelter in essentially a large closet. And it's unnerving for those cats to hear those dogs bark all day long. So the cat cottage has really been an upgrade, but it is a wood foundation building sitting on dirt that is starting to fail. And so a permanent and appropriate facility for cats would be greatly needed, as long with the expansion of some of the pens within the shelter, to expand those so that we can house a larger population of animals and have a more robust adoption facility. So a general need for additional space at the animal shelter for dogs and cats would be an appropriate need and verified need by staff.
Thank you. So as I look at this, we're looking at the very last page of the strategic plan, page 30, or in our computers, 245, where it says community-wide extended services. Is that where you expect that where you would suggest?
No, I would put it where
be?
County Manager Davidson had it under public facilities. It's more of an infrastructure, public facility need. It is a physical plant expansion that is needed. It's not necessarily an expansion of service. It is to make room for an existing service. We're just need more square footage and additional square footage for those facilities.
I don't know, County Manager, where do you think this might be appropriately placed into this plan? Should we choose to go there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I agree with Scott's assessment that it would be appropriate to place it under public facilities. The expanded services section fell under quality of life, and I'm not sure that it fits as well with quality of life. The language that I currently have based on Mr. Morgan's comments would be, we would add a third goal here. So I'm on packet page 241, plan page 26. Under public facilities, there would be a third goal that says, enhance the current animal shelter to expand space for cats and dogs. Do you want to do a reference to construct a permanent or appropriate facility for cats? I was confused.
No,
on
I
that
think
part.
it's expand existing services, and that would probably mean a demolition and reconstruction of the cat cottage with expansion to the current animal shelter for dogs.
I would suggest maybe we just allow the county manager to determine where it best fits into this plan and do that. So I'm good with a thumbs up on that.
Okay, are we all agreed that we want to include this? Okay. The ball's in your court.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Commissioner Hales also had some additions.
Do you mind? No.
Yes.
I just have just a few things. Where there are references to TDRs, I would like it to include and other tools, because there are a few other things that allow for open space. Everyone good?
I'm saying open space tools.
Pardon?
Open space tools.
You can word it. Yeah, okay. On page 29, which is 244, on outdoor recreation, number 3, river parks, To develop the county's river parks, I would like to add and trails. Okay. Then I only have one other thing, and it might need Mr. Morgan as well. And that is, if we wanted to include the concept of enhancing what we have at the fairground, enhancing our rodeo facilities, is that in here, or is there a place to add that?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. I believe it is in there. I don't recall where. Jennifer knows the document really, really
I
well.
have it right here.
But-
On page 29.
Yes, yes.
It says outdoor recreation, number 2, equestrian event center, access, the need for and feasibility of an equestrian facility and fairground improvements, camping.
And we are underway. You will see some things coming forward in the current year budget request in the room tax fund that will, if this gets approved, that we can substantiate and start on our way to seeing those things happen.
Okay, that's good. I'm wondering if we want to add a bullet under indoor recreation because I know we've had some solid public comment, both written and here today about that. Do we want to add a piece under indoor recreation as well for?
I think long-range planning, probably a good idea, an indoor equestrian center type of thing is what you're suggesting?
Yes, maybe something like assess the indoor facilities at the fairgrounds and regarding whether, you can wordsmith it, but
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager, I think will be really specific to an indoor of a Carson Valley Indoor Equestrian Event Center. Very similar to what Winnemucca has, Fallon has recently implemented, to assess the cost of that, with the location, the infrastructure needs to support such a thing, and then get some idea of what in today's dollars something like that costs.
I think over the next 5 years, it'd be good to have that.
I agree.
So let's add that as a number 4 to indoor recreation on page 29, and then we've got the outdoor covered. Thank you. Good? Good. Thank you.
I'm hesitant to ask this, but any more changes or additions? We need a motion.
I move that we approve the strategic plan with the revisions that we have agreed on during this meeting.
I will second that. Are we approving so I have a question about that. Are we approving the draft strategic plan, and then it'll come back to us for a final approval, Ms. Davidson, or are we looking at approving what we actually did today?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. I think you have both options before you today. If you wanted to see it one more time for final adoption, we can do that, or you can approve it with the changes as discussed on the record today. I'm looking at legal counsel and he's nodding. Thank you, Doug.
I think the proper motion would be to approve the plan as edited today.
I'll second you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have a couple of motions.
I think it's the same motion, so it doesn't really matter.
Why don't we start from the beginning so that we will understand where we are? I need a motion.
So I don't feel a need to approve it again. I feel like with our discussion, I feel confident that it will be what we want. And so I'm happy to waive my motion, and we can have Chairman Rice made a motion and it was seconded, and that's great. Same thing.
You need public comment?
We've already had public comment. All right, are we clear on what we're voting on? I hope everybody's clear. Are you clear on what we're voting on? You're not clear. All right, we are approving the proposed changes to the draft as discussed by the county commission. Will that cover what you need? Okay, we got another
And
thumb up.
adopted.
In the plan. And adopt the plan. It's getting late in the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And thank you for a well-done job. That being out of the, I don't want to say out of the way, it's going to be in the way for a long time. So we will now go to closing public comment. Public comment is now open.
Jason Gibson, the Foundation for the Law of Time. Whoever would plan a strategic master plan review the day after St. Patrick's Day has got to have a few loose marbles. That's right, I said it. They still don't understand the basis of synchronicity, these people. And they're not going to be learning anytime soon. Mr. Robert William Byron, thank you for writing in the supplemental email. You're right, this county does not have the maturity to address the megatrends or the state of the nation or the bigger picture of what's really happening. In your supplemental email, Mr. Byron is quoted as, "I believe our society is vulnerable to external attack as a result of open border policies that allow terrorists to infiltrate with their agents and equipment into this country. I believe that the sanctuary policies that protect them once they're here are designed for those new folks who are coming across the border." Robert goes into detail about the 911 Twin Towers and the critical infrastructure we're ignoring. Robert's got the maturity to talk specifically about our national power grid, regional water supplies, communications, the backbone of our country, the internet, food supplies, and the inevitable event which will result in the loss of power and likely a successful attack on any one of these, which would result in the widespread loss of life and a potential dark age. This is not the plot of John Le Carre or Vince Flynn novel. This threat is real and timely. No, we didn't discuss any of those things. That should have been first. We've been asking for a presentation slot to review at the board the biosphere, noosphere transition. That's not coming into play anytime in the near future. None of the critical issues that this country is facing, that this county is facing, will be found in the strategic master plan. We're talking about localized agriculture, alternative energy, and humanitarian aid. Getting you ready for the inevitable event is getting you ready for war. The civil war that they're engineering within our own borders, and the war that they've committed us to in the broader spectrum of things. So thank you, Mr. Robert William Byron. His email goes further to detail the real issues which you won't hear discussed by this board or any public servant within this county. Otherwise, it would be in the strategic master plan, which it is not.
Thank you, Hope Sullivan, East Valley. Thank you for the commitment to open space protection and preservation. I was grateful to hear so much conversation about conservation easements. And just as we all know, when you have a conservation easement, you have a conservation value to the land. And the easement has restrictions intended to protect the conservation value. And so you talked a lot about these conservation easements, but I would hope that you would respect the conservation value that the easement is attempting to protect. Next door to me, you've heard a lot about Grandview. And some people are saying, don't worry about Grandview, it's not going to happen. It's hard to forget about it. I looked at the stormwater plan that you're going to look at on Thursday. It's item number 24 on page 540 of your packet. It's on the map on page 542. It's item 21 on page 565. Granted, I have not read the entire storm water plan since it's, I'm assuming, been amended. I did participate in the community plans. But again, just keep in mind, it is a conservation easement. It's not wishful thinking. It's not vacant land that we don't want developed. It's a conservation easement. And I've shown most of you those documents. I'm not making it up. It's recorded. And there's a conservation value, and that conservation easement says no building, grading, or excavation. So my neighbors and I will be reading the plan, but I hope as you read the plan, you will take into account what's a conservation easement and what's the conservation value of that easement and what are the restrictions in that conservation easement to protect that conservation value. Thank you.
Hi, Catherine Dodge. I just want to thank you for your support for the animal shelter. The Douglas County animals greatly appreciate it. Those poor terrorized kittens greatly appreciate it. We look forward to working with you on the facility improvements, and we would appreciate you considering including some element of this in the CIP that's coming up. Thank you again.
Dan Greenlee from East Valley. To dovetail on Hope's comment, I'm just getting whiplashed on this whole conservation easement behind Grandview Estates. I'm being told, don't worry, be happy, yet staff still has it in their stormwater management plan. If it's on a piece of paper and it's identified for stormwater management plan, I believe it's got to be in play. So I'd like to take the assurances that I could go home and not have to come back here in a couple of days. You don't want to see me, I don't want to be here. But it's still in the stormwater management plan. So I'd like to get that sorted out sooner than later, and we'd all get out of your hair. And thank you very much for listening to us ramble on a little bit. I do appreciate your patience with all of this stuff, but it's obviously a hot issue for us out there that are living next to this. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, are we done with public comment?
We are done with public, is there any more public comment? We are done with public
Okay.
comment.
I want to ask the board to postpone the meeting on Thursday. It's a national holiday, and we shouldn't be having a board meeting on a national holiday. It's the first day of the NC2A tournament, and it definitely is a national holiday in my house.
Somehow I missed that as a national holiday, but
Isn't my family.
is there any further business to come before the board?
I feel like we need to pause and just acknowledge, I mean, for us, we had to review the strategic plan carefully, but I don't think we've yet shown a light on the hours and hours and hours our county manager spent getting that plan to the excellent state it was in when it came to us. Truly a work of wonder that you did, and heroic efforts by you in particular, but also by your team. And I really, really appreciate everyone who contributed to it. And I know that was a lot of people, and I'm very proud of it. And I'm happy to be able to stamp my name as one of the people who supported it. And it's not anything this board did, honestly, except for our brief review in comparison to the hours and hours you spent, County Manager Jennifer, and we really, really appreciate it.
Mr.
And if there's no further business,
All I wanted to say is ditto.
I think we got a lot of dittos here. Meeting adjourned.